Pariyatti Audiobooks presents The Art of Living, Vipassana Meditation, as taught by S.N. Goenka. As read by the author, William Hart.
Suppose you had the opportunity to free yourself of all worldly responsibilities for 10 days, with a quiet, secluded place in which to live, protected from disturbances. In this place, the basic physical requirements of room and board would be provided for you, and helpers would be on hand to see that you were reasonably comfortable. In return, you would be expected only to avoid contact with others, and apart from essential activities, to spend all your waking hours with eyes closed, keeping your mind on a chosen object of attention. Would you accept the offer? Suppose you had simply heard that such an opportunity existed, and that people like yourself were not only willing but eager to spend their free time in this way. How would you describe their activity? Navel-gazing, you might say, or contemplation, escapism, or spiritual retreat, self-intoxication or self-searching, introversion or introspection. Whether the connotation is negative or positive, the common impression of meditation is that it is a withdrawal from the world. Of course, there are techniques that function in this way, but meditation need not be an escape. It can also be a means to encounter the world, in order to understand it and ourselves. Every human being is conditioned to assume that the real world is outside, that the way to live life is by contact with an external reality, by seeking input, physical and mental, from without. Most of us have never considered severing outward contacts in order to see what happens inside. The idea of doing so probably sounds like choosing to spend hours staring at the test pattern on a television screen. We would rather explore the far side of the moon or the bottom of the ocean than the hidden depths within ourselves. But in fact, the universe exists for each of us only when we experience it with body and mind. It is never elsewhere, it is always here and now. By exploring the here and now of ourselves, we can explore the world. Unless we investigate the world within, we can never know reality. We will only know our beliefs about it, or our intellectual conceptions of it. By observing ourselves, however, we can come to know reality directly, and can learn to deal with it in a positive, creative way. One method of exploring the inner world is Vipassana Meditation, as taught by S.N. Goenka. This is a practical way to examine the reality of one's own body and mind, to uncover and solve whatever problems lie hidden there, to develop unused potential, and to channel it for one's own good and the good of others. Vipassana means insight in the ancient Pali language of India. It is the essence of the teaching of the Buddha, the actual experience of the truths of which he spoke. The Buddha himself attained that experience by the practice of meditation, and therefore meditation is what he primarily taught. His words are records of his experiences in meditation, as well as detailed instructions on how to practice in order to reach the goal he had attained, the experience of truth. This much is widely accepted, but the problem remains of how to understand and follow the instructions given by the Buddha. While his words have been preserved in texts of recognized authenticity, the interpretation of the Buddha's meditation instructions is difficult without the context of a living practice. But if a technique exists that has been maintained for unknown generations, that offers the very results described by the Buddha, and if it conforms precisely to his instructions and elucidates points in them that have long seemed obscure, then that technique is surely worth investigating. Vipassana is such a method. It is a technique extraordinary in its simplicity, its lack of all dogma, and above all, in the results it offers. Vipassana meditation is taught in courses of 10 days, open to anyone who sincerely wishes to learn the technique and who is fit to do so physically and mentally. During the 10 days, participants remain within the area of the course site, having no contact with the outside world. They refrain from reading and writing, and suspend any religious or other practices, working exactly according to the instructions given. For the entire period of the course, they follow a basic code of morality, which includes celibacy and abstention from all intoxicants. They also maintain silence among themselves for the first 9 days of the course, although they are free to discuss meditation problems with the teacher and material problems with the management. During the first 3.5 days, the participants practice an exercise of mental concentration. This is preparatory to the technique of Vipassana proper, which is introduced on the 4th day of the course. Further steps within the practice are introduced each day, so that by the end of the course, the entire technique has been presented in outline. On the 10th day, silence ends, and meditators make the transition back to a more extroverted way of life. The course concludes on the morning of the 11th day. The experience of 10 days is likely to contain a number of surprises for the meditator. The first is that meditation is hard work. The popular idea that it is a kind of inactivity or relaxation is soon found to be a misconception. Continual application is needed to direct the mental processes consciously in a particular way. The instructions are to work with full effort, yet without any tension. But until one learns how to do this, the exercise can be frustrating or even exhausting. Another surprise is that, to begin with, the insights gained by self-observation are not likely to be all pleasant and blissful. Normally we are very selective in our view of ourselves. When we look into a mirror, we are careful to strike the most flattering pose, the most pleasing expression. In the same way, we each have a mental image of ourselves which emphasizes admirable qualities, minimizes defects, and omits some sides of our character altogether. We see the image that we wish to see, not the reality. But Vipassana meditation is a technique for observing reality from every angle. Instead of a carefully edited self-image, the meditator confronts the whole uncensored truth. Certain aspects of it are bound to be hard to accept. At times it may seem that instead of finding inner peace, one has found nothing but agitation by meditating. Everything about the course may seem unworkable, unacceptable. The heavy timetable, the facilities, the discipline, the instructions and advice of the teacher, the technique itself. Another surprise, however, is that the difficulties pass away. At a certain point, meditators learn to make effortless efforts, to maintain a relaxed alertness, a detached involvement. Instead of struggling, they become engrossed in the practice. Now inadequacies of the facilities seem unimportant. The discipline becomes a helpful support. The hours pass quickly, unnoticed. The mind becomes as calm as a mountain lake at dawn, perfectly mirroring its surroundings, and at the same time revealing its depths to those who look more closely. When this clarity comes, every moment is full of affirmation, beauty, and peace. Thus the meditator discovers that the technique actually works. Each step in turn may seem an enormous leap, and yet one finds one can do it. At the end of 10 days, it becomes clear how long a journey it has been from the beginning of the course. The meditator has undergone a process analogous to a surgical operation, to lancing a pus-filled wound. Cutting open the lesion and pressing on it to remove the pus is painful, but unless this is done, the wound can never heal. Once the pus is removed, one is free of it, and of the suffering it caused, and can regain full health. Similarly, by passing through a 10-day course, the meditator relieves the mind of some of its tensions and enjoys greater mental health. The process of vipassana has worked deep changes within, changes that persist after the end of the course. The meditator finds that whatever mental strength was gained during the course, whatever was learned, can be applied in daily life for one's own benefit and for the good of others. Life becomes more harmonious, fruitful, and happy. The technique taught by S.N. Goenka is that which he learned from his teacher, the late Seaji U Ba Khin of Burma, who was taught vipassana by Seya U Tet, a well-known teacher of meditation in Burma in the first half of this century. In turn, Seya U Tet was a pupil of Ledi Sayadaw, a famous Burmese scholar monk of the late 19th and early 20th centuries. Further back, there is no record of the names of the teachers of this technique, but it is believed by those who practiced it that Ledi Sayadaw learned vipassana meditation from traditional teachers who had preserved it through generations since ancient times, when the teaching of the Buddha was first introduced into Burma. Certainly the technique agrees with the instructions of the Buddha on meditation, with the simplest, most literal meaning of his words. And most important, it provides results that are good, personal, tangible, and immediate. This book is not a do-it-yourself manual for the practice of vipassana meditation, and people who use it this way proceed entirely at their own risk. The technique should be learned only in a course where there is a proper environment to support the meditator and a properly trained guide. Meditation is a serious matter, especially the vipassana technique, which deals with the depths of the mind. It should never be approached lightly or casually. If listening to this book inspires you to try vipassana, you can contact the addresses listed at the back to find out when and where courses are given. The purpose here is merely to give an outline of the vipassana method as it is taught by S.N. Goenka, in the hope that this will widen the understanding of the Buddha's teachings and of the meditation technique that is their essence.
There is a story, a very highly educated young professor, not matured in life, but very highly educated, was traveling by a ship. And there was also an illiterate sailor, old sailor in the same ship. Sometimes the sailor will go to the cabin of the professor and listen to his very highly educated, learned talks, very much impressed. One day as the sailor was leaving the cabin, the professor asked him, "Old man, have you studied geology?" "What is that, sir?" "The science of the earth." "No, sir, I have not been to any school or any college, I have not studied anything." "Old man, you have wasted quarter of your life." Old man, very sad. "Such a learned professor says so, so certainly I must have wasted quarter of my life." Next day again, after big talks, when the old man was leaving, the professor again asked him, "Old man, have you studied oceanology?" "What is that, sir?" "There is a science of the sea, ocean also." "No, sir, as I told you, I have not studied anything." "Old man, you have wasted half of your life." Old man, very sad. "I wasted half of my life." And third day again he was questioned, "Old man, have you studied meteorology?" "What is this?" "There is a science of weather, rain, wind." "No, sir, as I told you, I have studied nothing." "Old man, you have wasted 3/4 of your life." Old man, very sad. "Such a learned professor says so. Certainly I wasted 3/4 of my life." And the next day it was the turn of the old man, and he came running. Professor sir, have you studied swimology?" "What swimology?" "Can you swim, sir?" "Oh no, I cannot swim." "Professor sir, you have wasted all your life." "There is shipwreck." This ship is going to sink now. Those who can swim, they will reach the other shore. But otherwise, one has to die. I am so sorry for you, Professor Sir. Yes, we may study all the logies of the world. If we don't study swimology, then what's the use of all these logies? And even swimology, you like to read books, you like to listen to discourses, but won't touch the water. How will it help? All theories, and no practice. You have to swim this ocean of misery and go to the other shore which is free from all misery. The practical aspect of Dhamma is swimology. Learn how to swim this ocean of misery. Come out of misery.
Chapter 1. The Search. All of us seek peace and harmony because this is what we lack in our lives. We all want to be happy, we regard it as our right. Yet happiness is a goal we strive toward more often than attain. At times we all experience dissatisfaction in life, agitation, irritation, disharmony, suffering. Even if at this moment we are free from such dissatisfactions, we can all remember a time when they afflicted us, and can foresee a time when they may recur. Eventually, we all must face the suffering of death. Nor do our personal dissatisfactions remain limited to ourselves. Instead, we keep sharing our suffering with others. The atmosphere around each unhappy person becomes charged with agitation, so that all who enter that environment also feel agitated and unhappy. In this way, individual tensions combine to create the tensions of society. This is the basic problem of life, its unsatisfactory nature. Things happen that we do not want. Things that we want do not happen. And we are ignorant of how or why this process works, just as we are each ignorant of our own beginning and end. 25 centuries ago in northern India, a man decided to investigate this problem, the problem of human suffering. After years of searching and trying various methods, he discovered a way to gain insight into the reality of his own nature and to experience true freedom from suffering. Having reached this highest goal of liberation, of release from misery and conflict, he devoted the rest of his life to helping others do as he had done, showing them the way to liberate themselves. This person, Siddhartha Gautama, known as the Buddha, the Enlightened One, never claimed to be anything other than a man. Like all great teachers, he became the subject of legends, but no matter what marvelous stories were told of his past existences or his miraculous powers, still all accounts agree that he never claimed to be divine or to be divinely inspired. Whatever special qualities he had were preeminently human qualities that he had brought to perfection. Therefore, whatever he achieved is within the grasp of any human being who works as he did. The Buddha did not teach any religion or philosophy or system of belief. He called his teaching Dhamma, that is law, the law of nature. He had no interest in dogma or idle speculation. Instead, he offered a universal, practical solution for a universal problem. Now, as before, he said, I teach about suffering and the eradication of suffering. He refused even to discuss anything which did not lead to liberation from misery. This teaching, he insisted, was not something that he had invented or that was divinely revealed to him. It was simply the truth, reality, which by his own efforts he had succeeded in discovering, as many people before him had done, as many people after him would do. He claimed no monopoly on the truth. Nor did he assert any special authority for his teaching, neither because of the faith that people had in him, nor because of the apparently logical nature of what he taught. On the contrary, he stated that it is proper to doubt and to test whatever is beyond one's experience. Do not simply believe whatever you are told, or whatever has been handed down from past generations, or what is common opinion, or whatever the scriptures say. Do not accept something as true merely by deduction or inference, or by considering outward appearances, or by partiality for a certain view, or because of its plausibility, or because your teacher tells you it is so. But when you yourselves directly know these principles are unwholesome, blameworthy, condemned by the wise, when adopted and carried out they lead to harm and suffering, then you should abandon them. And when you yourselves directly know these principles are wholesome, blameless, praised by the wise, when adopted and carried out they lead to welfare and happiness, then you should accept and practice them. The highest authority is one's own experience of truth. Nothing should be accepted on faith alone. We have to examine to see whether it is logical, practical, beneficial. Nor having examined a teaching by means of our reason is it sufficient to accept it as true intellectually. If we are to benefit from the truth, we have to experience it directly. Only then can we know that it is really true. The Buddha always emphasized that he taught only what he had experienced by direct knowledge, and he encouraged others to develop such knowledge themselves, to become their own authorities. Each of you, make yourself an island. Make yourself your refuge. There is no other refuge. Make truth your island. Make truth your refuge. There is no other refuge. The only real refuge in life, the only solid ground on which to take a stand, the only authority that can give proper guidance and protection is truth, Dhamma, the law of nature, experienced and verified by oneself. Therefore, in his teaching, the Buddha always gave highest importance to the direct experience of truth. What he had experienced he explained as clearly as possible, so that others might have guidelines with which to work toward their own realization of truth. He said, "The teaching I have presented does not have separate outward and inward versions. Nothing has been kept hidden in the fist of the teacher." He had no esoteric doctrine for the chosen few. On the contrary, he wished to make the law of nature known as plainly and as widely as possible, so that as many people as possible might benefit from it. Neither was he interested in establishing a sect or a personality cult with himself as its center. The personality of the one who teaches, he maintained, is of minor importance compared to the teaching. His purpose was to show others how to liberate themselves, not to turn them into blind devotees. To a follower who showed excessive veneration for him, he said, "What do you gain by seeing this body, which is subject to corruption? He who sees the Dhamma sees me. He who sees me sees the Dhamma." Devotion toward another person, no matter how saintly, is not sufficient to liberate anyone. There can be no liberation or salvation without direct experience of reality. Therefore, truth has primacy, not the one who speaks it. All respect is due to whoever teaches the truth, but the best way to show that respect is by working to realize the truth oneself. When extravagant honors were paid to him near the end of his life, the Buddha commented, "This is not how an enlightened one is properly honored or shown respect, or revered, or reverenced, or venerated. Rather it is the monk or nun, the lay male or female follower who steadfastly walks on the path of Dhamma from the first steps to the final goal, who practices Dhamma working in the right way, that honors, respects, reveres, reverences, and venerates the enlightened one with the highest respect." What the Buddha taught was a way that each human being can follow. He called this path the Noble Eightfold Path, meaning a practice of 8 interrelated parts. It is noble in the sense that anyone who walks on the path is bound to become a noble-hearted, saintly person, freed from suffering. It is a path of insight into the nature of reality, a path of truth realization. In order to solve our problems, we have to see our situation as it really is. We must learn to recognize superficial, apparent reality, and also to penetrate beyond appearances so as to perceive subtler truths, then ultimate truth, and finally to experience the truth of freedom from suffering. Whatever name we choose to give this truth of liberation, whether nibbana, heaven, or anything else, is unimportant. The important thing is to experience it. The only way to experience truth directly is to look within, to observe oneself. All our lives we have been accustomed to look outward. We have always been interested in what is happening outside, what others are doing. We have rarely, if ever, tried to examine ourselves, our own mental and physical structure, our own actions, our own reality. Therefore, we remain unknown to ourselves. We do not realize how harmful this ignorance is, how much we remain the slaves of forces within ourselves of which we are unaware. This inner darkness must be dispelled to apprehend the truth. We must gain insight into our own nature in order to understand the nature of existence. Therefore, the path that the Buddha showed is a path of introspection, of self-observation. He said, "Within this very fathom-long body containing the mind with its perceptions, I make known the universe, its origin, its cessation, and the way leading to its cessation." The entire universe and the laws of nature by which it works are to be experienced within oneself. They can only be experienced within oneself. The path is also a path of purification. We investigate the truth about ourselves not out of idle intellectual curiosity, but rather with a definite purpose. By observing ourselves, we become aware for the first time of the conditioned reactions, the prejudices that cloud our mental vision, that hide reality from us and produce suffering. We recognize the accumulated inner tensions that keep us agitated, miserable, and we realize that they can be removed. Gradually, we learn how to allow them to dissolve, and our minds become pure, peaceful, happy. The path is a process requiring continual application. Sudden breakthroughs may come, but they are the result of sustained efforts. It is necessary to work step by step. With every step, however, the benefits are immediate. We do not follow the path in the hope of accruing benefits to be enjoyed only in the future, of attaining after death a heaven that is known here only by conjecture. The benefits must be concrete, vivid, personal, experienced here and now. Above all, it is a teaching to be practiced. Simply having faith in the Buddha or his teachings will not help to free us from suffering. Neither will a merely intellectual understanding of the path. Both of these are of value only if they inspire us to put the teachings into practice. Only the actual practice of what the Buddha taught will give concrete results and change our lives for the better. The Buddha said, "Someone may recite much of the texts, but if he does not practice them, such a heedless person is like a herdsman who only counts the cows of others. He does not enjoy the rewards of the life of a truth seeker. Another may be able to recite only a few words from the texts, but if he lives the life of Dhamma, taking steps on the path from its beginning to the goal, then he enjoys the rewards of the life of a truth seeker." The path must be followed. The teaching must be implemented. Otherwise, it is a meaningless exercise. It is not necessary to call oneself a Buddhist in order to practice this teaching. Labels are irrelevant. Suffering makes no distinctions but is common to all. Therefore, the remedy, to be useful, must be equally applicable to all. Neither is the practice reserved only for recluses who are divorced from ordinary life. Certainly, a period must be given in which to devote oneself exclusively to the task of learning how to practice, But having done so, one must apply the teaching in daily life. Someone who forsakes home and worldly responsibilities in order to follow the path has the opportunity to work more intensively, to assimilate the teaching more deeply, and therefore to progress more quickly. On the other hand, someone involved in worldly life, juggling the claims of many different responsibilities, can give only limited time to the practice. But whether homeless or householder, one must apply Dhamma. It is only applied Dhamma that gives results. If this is truly a way from suffering to peace, then as we progress in the practice, we should become more happy in our daily lives, more harmonious, more at peace with ourselves. At the same time, our relations with others should become more peaceful and harmonious. Instead of adding to the tensions of society, we should be able to make a positive contribution that will increase the happiness and welfare of all. To follow the path, we must live the life of Dhamma, of truth, of purity. This is the proper way to implement the teaching. Dhamma, practiced correctly, is the art of living.
An incident in the life of Buddha. In those days he was living in Savatthi, the capital city of the state of Kosala in northern India. In his meditation center, large number of students, monks, nuns, and still larger number of householders, men, women, will come and learn Dhamma, will meditate, as you all are meditating here. Evening Dhamma talks, at times people from the city will come just to listen Dhamma talks, to get inspiration. One amongst them used to come very regular, and one day he came little earlier and found Buddha alone. He was very pleased. He came near Buddha, paid respect to him and said, "Sir, there is one question which keeps coming in my mind, but I cannot ask you when there are so many people around you. Now that you are alone, please permit me, so that the confusion in my mind gets clarified." Buddha said, "Go ahead. There should not be any confusion pertaining to the Dhamma in your mind. Get it clarified. What is your problem?" And he said, "Sir, my problem is that I have been coming to this center from quite a few years, and I have been examining people here. I have found some of them are certainly fully liberated. All their behavior, their dealings, their way of life, they go to prove that they are fully liberated persons, fully enlightened persons. And also there are some who have developed in Dhamma. They are better than what they were before, but certainly they are not fully liberated as yet. And also there are some, including myself, who are as they were, no improvement. My question is, sir, people come to you, such a powerful person, such a compassionate person. People come to you and remain half liberated, remain unliberated. How is it, sir? Why don't you use all your power, all your strength, with all your compassion? Why don't you liberate everyone who comes to you? Buddha smiled. This is what he kept on teaching every day. But if someone is not prepared to understand what can be done, so he again tried to explain him. And his ways of explaining things were different at different times according to the mental caliber of the student. Sometimes he will counter question. So now also he started counter questioning him. Young man, from where are you? I am from Shravasti, sir, this city, the capital city of Koshala state. Oh, no, no. Your facial features say that you do not belong to this part of the country. You belong to some other part of the country. You must have migrated and settled down here. Quite true, sir. A few years back, I have come and settled down here. I originally belonged to Rajgiri, the capital city of the state of Magadha, a few hundred miles to the east. Then tell me, having come and settled down here, have you severed all relations with Rajgiri? You don't go to Rajgiri anymore? Oh no, sir, I still have my family members there, I have my relatives there, I have my business there. I keep visiting Rajgiri quite often. Every year, a number of times I visit Rajgiri. Then tell me, when you go from here to Rajgiri so often, then you must be aware of the path that leads you from here to Rajgiri. You must be aware of this path very well. Oh, very well, sir. Then tell me, living here for so many years, you have made so many friends, local friends. Out of them, some would have become very intimate to you. And whoever has become very intimate to you must know these facts, that you originally belong to Rajgiri, that you keep visiting from here to Rajgiri, that you know the path from here to Rajgiri very well. Yes, sir, those who are my intimates, they know all these. Then tell me, some of them must have come to you, asking you about this path which leads one from here to Rajgiri. Do you give full information about the path, or you keep it secret? What secret, sir? I explain it very thoroughly in full details. You walk towards the east, take this route, and you turn this way, that way. Keep moving and you will reach Varanasi, and keep moving further, you will reach Gaya, and again keep further, this way, that way, you will reach Rajgiri. I explain the entire path from here to Rajgiri in full detail. Then to whomever you have explained this path must have certainly reached Rajgiri. How is that possible, sir? If someone would have walked on the path, he would have reached Rajgiri. Otherwise, mere explanation given by me, this cannot help anybody to reach Rajgiri. This is what I want to tell you, young man. So many people come to me knowing fully well that here is a liberated person who has walked over the path of liberation and has got direct experience about this path and has reached the final goal of full liberation. Therefore they come to me. They ask about this path with all the love, with all the compassion. I explain them, this is the path, this is the path, this is how you have to walk over it. These are the stations you will come across. If someone just listens to all that and bows down 3 times and says, sadhu, 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 well said, but I won't take one step on the path, then how can he reach the final goal? If someone has started taking steps on the path, if one has taken even one step on the path, one is one step nearer the final goal. If one has taken 100 steps on the path, one is 100 steps nearer the final goal. If one has taken all the steps on the path, one has certainly reached the final goal. Each individual has to take every step on the path to reach the final goal. No one else can take him on his shoulder and take him to the final goal. It is not possible. Tumme hikki changayatapang akka taro tathagata akka taro tathagata. The Tathagata, the Buddha, will only show the path. Who is a Tathagat? The literal meaning of the word Tathagat, one who has walked on the path of truth and has reached the final goal of ultimate truth. Tume hi kechanga tappang. You have to work out your own salvation. You have to fight out your own battle. You yourself have to take every step on the path.
Chapter 2. The Starting Point. The source of suffering lies within each of us. When we understand our own reality, we shall recognize the solution to the problem of suffering. Know thyself, all wise persons have advised. We must begin by knowing our own nature. Otherwise, we can never solve our own problems or the problems of the world. But actually, what do we know about ourselves? We are each convinced of the importance of ourselves, of the uniqueness of ourselves, but our knowledge of ourselves is only superficial. At deeper levels, we do not know ourselves at all. The Buddha examined the phenomenon of a human being by examining his own nature. Laying aside all preconceptions, he explored reality within, and realized that every being is a composite of 5 processes, 4 of them mental and 1 physical. Let us begin with the physical aspect. This is the most obvious, the most apparent portion of ourselves, readily perceived by all the senses. And yet, how little we really know about it. Superficially, one can control the body. It moves and acts according to the conscious will. But on another level, all the internal organs function beyond our control, without our knowledge. At a subtler level, we know nothing experientially of the incessant biochemical reactions occurring within each cell of the body. But this is still not the ultimate reality of the material phenomenon. Ultimately, the seemingly solid body is composed of subatomic particles and empty space. What's more, even these subatomic particles have no real solidity. The existence span of one of them is much less than a trillionth of a second. Particles continually arise and vanish, passing into and out of existence, like a flow of vibrations. This is the ultimate reality of the body, of all matter, discovered by the Buddha 2,500 years ago. Through their own investigations, modern scientists have recognized and accepted this ultimate reality of the material universe. However, these scientists have not become liberated, enlightened persons. Out of curiosity, they have investigated the nature of the universe, using their intellects and relying on instruments to verify their theories. In contrast, the Buddha was motivated not simply by curiosity, but rather by the wish to find a way out of suffering. He used no instrument in his investigation other than his own mind. The truth that he discovered was the result not of intellectualizing, but of his own direct experience, and that is why it could liberate him. He found that the entire material universe was composed of particles called in Pali kalapas, or indivisible units. These units exhibit in endless variation the basic qualities of matter: mass, cohesion, temperature, and movement. They combine to form structures which seem to have some permanence, but actually these are all composed of minuscule kalapas, which are in a state of continuously arising and passing away. This is the ultimate reality of matter, a constant stream of waves or particles. This is the body which we each call myself. Along with the physical process, there is the psychic process, the mind. Although it cannot be touched or seen, it seems even more intimately connected with ourselves than our bodies. We may picture a future existence without the body, but we cannot imagine any such existence without the mind. Yet how little we know about the mind, and how little we are able to control it. How often it refuses to do what we want, and does what we do not want. Our control of the conscious mind is tenuous enough, but the unconscious seems totally beyond our power or understanding, filled with forces of which we may not approve or be aware. As he examined the body, the Buddha also examined the mind and found that in broad overall terms it consisted of 4 processes: consciousness or vijnana, perception or sanya, sensation or vedana, and reaction, sankhara. The first process, consciousness, is the receiving part of the mind, the act of undifferentiated awareness or cognition. It simply registers the occurrence of any phenomenon, the reception of any input, physical or mental. It notes the raw data of experience without assigning labels or making value judgments. The second mental process is perception, the act of recognition. This part of the mind identifies whatever has been noted by the consciousness. It distinguishes, labels, and categorizes the incoming raw data and makes evaluations, positive or negative. The next part of the mind is sensation. Actually, as soon as any input is received, sensation arises, a signal that something is happening. So long as the input is not evaluated, the sensation remains neutral. But once a value is attached to the incoming data, the sensation becomes pleasant or unpleasant, depending on the evaluation given. If the sensation is pleasant, a wish forms to prolong and intensify the experience. If it is an unpleasant sensation, the wish is to stop it, to push it away. The mind reacts with liking or disliking. For example, when the ear is functioning normally and one hears a sound, cognition is at work. When the sound is recognized as words, with positive or negative connotations, perception has started to function. Next, sensation comes into play. If the words are praise, a pleasant sensation arises. If they are abuse, an unpleasant sensation arises. At once reaction takes place. If the sensation is pleasant, one starts liking it, wanting more words of praise. If the sensation is unpleasant, one starts disliking it, wanting to stop the abuse. The same steps occur whenever any of the other senses receives an input: consciousness, perception, sensation, reaction. These 4 mental functions are even more fleeting than the ephemeral particles composing the material reality. Each moment that the senses come into contact with any object, the 4 mental processes occur with lightning-like rapidity and repeat themselves with each subsequent moment of contact. So rapidly does this occur, however, that one is unaware of what is happening. It is only when a particular reaction has been repeated over a longer period of time and has taken a pronounced, intensified form that awareness of it develops at the conscious level. The most striking aspect of this description of a human being is not what it includes, but what it omits. Whether we are Western or Eastern, whether Christian, Jewish, Muslim, Hindu, Buddhist, atheist, or anything else, each of us has a congenital assurance that there is an I somewhere within us, a continuing identity. We operate on the unthinking assumption that the person who existed 10 years ago is essentially the same person who exists today, who will exist 10 years from now, perhaps who will still exist in a future life after death. No matter what philosophies or theories or beliefs we hold as true, actually we each live our lives with the deep-rooted conviction, I was, I am, I shall be. The Buddha challenged this instinctive assertion of identity. By doing so, he was not expounding one more speculative view to combat the theories of others. He repeatedly emphasized that he was not putting forth an opinion, but simply describing the truth that he had experienced, and that any ordinary person can experience. The enlightened one has cast aside all theories, he said, for he has seen the reality of matter, sensation, perception, reaction, and consciousness, and their arising and passing away. Despite appearances, he had found that each human being is in fact a series of separate but related events. Each event is the result of the preceding one and follows it without any interval. The unbroken progression of closely connected events gives the appearance of continuity, of identity. But this is only an apparent reality, not ultimate truth. We may give a river a name, but actually it is a flow of water, never pausing in its course. We may think of the light of a candle as something constant, but if we look closely, we see that it is really a flame arising from a wick, which burns for a moment, to be replaced at once by a new flame, moment after moment. We talk of the light of an electric lamp, never pausing to think that in reality it is, like the river, a constant flow. In this case, a flow of energy caused by very high-frequency oscillations taking place within the filament. Every moment something new arises as a product of the past, to be replaced by something new in the following moment. The succession of events is so rapid and continuous that it is difficult to discern. At a particular point in the process, one cannot say that what occurs now is the same as what preceded it, nor can one say that it is not the same. Nevertheless, the process occurs. In the same way, the Buddha realized, a person is not a finished, unchanging entity, but a process flowing from moment to moment. There is no real being, merely an ongoing flow, a continuous process of becoming. Of course, in daily life we must deal with each other as persons of more or less defined, unchanging nature. We must accept external, apparent reality, or else we could not function at all. External reality is a reality, but only a superficial one. At a deeper level, the reality is that the entire universe, animate and inanimate, is in a constant state of becoming, of arising and passing away. Each of us is in fact a stream of constantly changing subatomic particles, along with which the processes of consciousness, perception, sensation, and reaction change even more rapidly than the physical process. This is the ultimate reality of the self with which each of us is so concerned. This is the course of events in which we are involved. If we can understand it properly by direct experience, we shall find the clue to lead us out of suffering.
The Western world, the science of the West, I have nothing against the Western science, I have nothing against the Western scientists. If they take Dhamma, it will be wonderful. Of course, they will be very good asset to the humanity. Western scientists have started accepting this truth, that in the material world there is no solidity at all. At the beginning of this century, they started saying that only wavelets, no solidity. One of your scientists from Berkeley University, the ex-professor, at that time he was professor of physics there, he got a Nobel Prize in physics. And Nobel Prize is not awarded to any Tom, Dick and Harry. Somebody must have invented something which people didn't know. Why he got this Nobel Prize? For a number of years, he was very inquisitive to know the nature of this subatomic particle. Although it is nothing but wavelet, how many times this wavelet arises and passes away? How many times it arises and passes away? And it took him 15 years to develop an instrument which he very rightly called a bubble chamber, because like bubbles they arise, pass away, arise, pass away. And from that instrument, he found out and said, the tiniest subatomic particle arises and passes away 22 zeros after 1. In 1 second, 22 zeros after 1. Unbelievable. This enlightened person, Gautama the Buddha, when he reached the ultimate truth pertaining to the matter and mind, He says that by the time I snap my fingers, or by the time I just blink, this tiny little Attakalapa, it arises, passes away, arises, passes away, a wavelet arising, passing away, trillions of times. The truth is truth. And yet, a great difference, and what a great difference. Some of my students who had been in India and listened to this discourse and came to know about the scientist, some of them were from Berkeley. When they went back home, they took time to meet the scientist. And they came back and reported me that poor scientist, he is a bundle of misery, bundle of tension like anybody else. Why? He has also reached a stage where he announces that the tiniest subatomic particle, the ultimate truth of the matter, arises and passes away 22 zeros after 1. And here is somebody who has announced, by the time I snap fingers, it arises and passes away trillions of times. Then why this difference? This person is fully liberated from all the miseries. Why? Why? Because the other scientist, the scientist is playing only an intellectual game, a devotional game. He has great faith in his instrument. Great devotion is an instrument. He has great faith in his intellect. His intellect says so. He is not experienced.
Chapter 3. The Immediate Cause. The real world bears no resemblance to the world of fairy tales, in which everyone lives happily ever after. We cannot avoid the truth that life is imperfect, incomplete, unsatisfactory, the truth of the existence of suffering. Given this reality, the important things for us to know are whether suffering has a cause, and if so, whether it is possible to remove that cause so that suffering may be removed. If the events that cause our suffering are simply random occurrences over which we can have no control or influence, then we are powerless and might as well give up the attempt to find a way out of suffering. Or if our sufferings are dictated by an omnipotent being acting in an arbitrary and inscrutable manner, then we ought to find out how to propitiate this being so that he will no longer inflict suffering on us. The Buddha realized that our suffering is not merely a product of chance. There are causes behind it, as there are causes for all phenomena. The law of cause and effect, kamma, is universal and fundamental to existence, nor are the causes beyond our control. The word kamma, or in its more widely known Sanskrit form karma, is popularly understood as meaning fate. Unfortunately, the connotations of this word are exactly opposite to what the Buddha intended by kamma. Fate is something outside our control, the decree of providence, what has been preordained for each one of us. Kamma, however, literally means action. Our own actions are the causes of whatever we experience. All beings own their deeds, inherit their deeds, originate from their deeds, are kin to their deeds. Their deeds are their refuge. As their deeds are base or noble, so will be their lives. Everything that we encounter in life is the result of our own actions. Consequently, we can each become master of our fate by becoming master of our actions. Each of us is responsible for the actions that give rise to our suffering. Each of us has the means to end the suffering in our actions. The Buddha said, "You are your own master. You make your own future." As it is, each of us is like a blindfolded man who has never learnt to drive, sitting behind the wheel of a speeding car on a busy highway. He is not likely to reach his destination without mishap. He may think that he is driving the car, but actually the car is driving him. If he wants to avoid an accident, let alone arrive at his goal, he should remove the blindfold, learn how to operate the vehicle, and steer it out of danger as quickly as possible. Similarly, we must become aware of what we do, and then learn to perform actions that will lead us where we really wish to go. There are 3 types of actions: physical, vocal, and mental. Normally we attach most important to physical actions, less to vocal actions, and least to mental actions. Beating a person appears to us a graver action than speaking to him insultingly, and both seem more serious than an unexpressed ill will toward the person. Certainly this would be the view according to the man-made laws of each country. But according to Dhamma, the law of nature, mental action is most important. A physical or vocal action assumes totally different significance according to the intention with which it is done. A surgeon uses his scalpel to perform an emergency life-saving operation, which turns out to be unsuccessful, leading to the death of the patient. A murderer uses his dagger to stab his victim to death. Physically, their actions are similar, with the same effect, but mentally they are poles apart. The surgeon acts out of compassion, the murderer out of hatred. The result each achieves will be totally different, according to his mental action. Similarly, in the case of speech, the intention is most important. A man quarrels with a colleague and abuses him, calling him a fool. He speaks out of anger. The same man sees his child playing in the mud and tenderly calls him a fool. He speaks out of love. In both cases, the same words are spoken, but to express virtually opposite states of mind. It is the intention of our speech which determines the result. Words and deeds, or their external effects, are merely consequences of mental action. They are properly judged according to the nature of the intention to which they give expression. It is the mental action which is the real kamma, the cause which will give result in future. Understanding this truth, the Buddha announced, "Mind precedes all phenomena. Mind matters most. Everything is mind-made. If with an impure mind you speak or act, then suffering follows you, as the cartwheel follows the foot of the draft animal. If with a pure mind you speak or act, then happiness follows you, as a shadow that never departs." But which mental actions determine our fate? If the mind consists of nothing but consciousness, perception, sensation, and reaction, then which of these gives rise to suffering? Each of them is involved to some degree in the process of suffering. However, the first 3 are primarily passive. Consciousness merely receives the raw data of experience. Perception places the data in a category. Sensation signals the occurring of the previous steps. The job of these 3 is only to digest incoming information. But when the mind starts to react, passivity gives way to attraction or repulsion, liking or disliking. This reaction sets in motion a fresh chain of events. At the beginning of the chain is reaction, sankhara. This is why the Buddha said, "Whatever suffering arises has a reaction as its cause. If all reactions cease to be, then there is no more suffering." The real kamma, the real cause of suffering, is the reaction of the mind. One fleeting reaction of liking or disliking may not be very strong and may not give much result, but it can have a cumulative effect. The reaction is repeated moment after moment, intensifying with each repetition and developing into craving or aversion. This is what, in his first sermon, the Buddha called tanaha, literally thirst, the mental habit of insatiable longing for what is not, which implies an equal and irremediable dissatisfaction with what is. And the stronger longing and dissatisfaction become, the deeper their influence on our thinking, our speech, and our actions, and the more suffering they will cause. Some reactions, the Buddha said, are like lines drawn on the surface of a pool of water. As soon as they are drawn, they are erased. Others are like lines traced on a sandy beach. If drawn in the morning, they are gone by night, wiped away by the tide or the wind. Others are like lines cut deeply into rock with chisel and hammer. They too will be obliterated as the rock erodes, but it will take ages for them to disappear. Throughout each day of our lives, the mind keeps generating reactions, but if at the end of the day we try to remember them, we shall be able to recall only one or two which made a deep impression that day. Again, if at the end of a month we try to remember all our reactions, we shall be able to recall only one or two which made the deepest impression that month. Again, at the end of a year, we shall be able to recall only the one or two reactions that left the deepest impression during that year. Such deep reactions as these are very dangerous and lead to immense suffering. The first step toward emerging from such suffering is to accept the reality of it, not as a philosophical concept or an article of faith, but as a fact of existence which affects each one of us in our lives. With this acceptance and an understanding of what suffering is and why we suffer, we can stop being driven and start to drive. By learning to realize directly our own nature, we can set ourselves on the path leading out of suffering.
Another reality which will become very clear is as the cause is, so the effect will be. As the cause is, so the effect will be. As the seed is, so the fruit will be. In the outside world also, the same law. Within us also the same law. The law is the same outside or inside. An example, outside world. On the same soil, I plant two seeds. One is seed of sugarcane. Another seed of a very bitter tropical tree, we call it neem, very bitter, a neem tree. Both the seeds, the nature is giving the same nutrition to both of them, the same soil, the same water, the same sun, the same air, and both of these seeds sprouted out, has come out as a plant. What has happened to the sugarcane plant? Every fiber has become so sweet. And what has happened to this neem plant? Every fiber is so bitter, so bitter. How is it? The nature is so kind to one, so cruel to other. Or if you want to say, you can say the God Almighty is so kind to one, so cruel to other. No one is kind or cruel. The law of universe are so fixed. Everything happens according to law. What the nature has done? Nature has only supported this seed to manifest its inherent quality. The inherent quality of the seed of sugarcane is sweetness, sweetness. It will manifest nothing but sweetness. The inherent quality of this seed of neem is nothing but bitterness, bitterness. It will manifest nothing but bitterness. As the seed is, so the product will be. I go to this neem tree, make 108 rounds, then sit down, bow 3 times, bow down 3 times, and then offer flowers and sweets and lamp and incense, and with folded hands, with moist eyes, I keep on craving and praying and, oh neem God, please give me sweet mangoes, please give me sweet mangoes. I keep on crying for the whole life. This neem tree will not give me sweet mangoes. It cannot give me sweet mangoes. If I really want sweet mangoes, I must plant the seed of sweet mango. Then need not cry here or there. This plant will naturally give me only sweet mangoes, nothing but sweet mangoes. Our difficulty is that while we are planting the seed, we remain so ignorant, unaware, keep on planting the seed of bitter neem. But when the time comes for fruit, then we are so careful. We want beautiful, we want sweet mangoes only, we want sweet fruits only. It doesn't work. It doesn't work.
Chapter 4. The Root of the Problem. The truth of suffering, the Buddha said, must be explored to its end. On the night that he was to attain enlightenment, he sat down with the determination not to rise until he had understood how suffering originates and how it can be eradicated. Clearly, he saw, suffering exists. This is an inescapable fact, no matter how unpalatable it may be. Suffering begins with the beginning of life. We have no conscious recollection of existence within the confines of the womb, but the common experience is that we emerge from it crying. Birth is a great trauma. Having started life, we are all bound to encounter the sufferings of sickness and old age. Yet no matter how sick we may be, no matter how decayed and decrepit, none of us wants to die, because death is a great misery. Every living creature must face all these sufferings. And as we pass through life, we are bound to encounter other sufferings, various types of physical or mental pain. We become involved with the unpleasant and separated from the pleasant. We fail to get what we want. Instead, we get what we do not want. All these situations are suffering. These instances of suffering are readily apparent to anyone who thinks about it deeply. But the future Buddha was not to be satisfied with the limited explanations of the intellect. He continued probing within himself to experience the real nature of suffering, and he found that attachment to the 5 aggregates is suffering. At a very deep level, suffering is the inordinate attachment that each one of us has developed toward this body and toward this mind, with its cognitions, perceptions, sensations, and reactions. People cling strongly to their identity, their mental and physical being, when actually there are only evolving processes. This clinging to an unreal idea of oneself, to something that in fact is constantly changing, is suffering. Craving becomes a habit that we cannot break, an addiction. And just as an addict gradually develops tolerance towards his chosen drug and requires ever larger doses in order to achieve intoxication, our cravings steadily become stronger the more we seek to fulfill them. In this way, we can never come to the end of craving. And so long as we crave, we can never be happy. Another great attachment is to the I, the ego, the image we have of ourselves. For each of us, the I is the most important person in the world. We behave like a magnet surrounded by iron filings. It will automatically arrange the filings in a pattern centered on itself. And with just as little reflection, we all instinctively try to arrange the world according to our liking, seeking to attract the pleasant and to repel the unpleasant. But none of us is alone in the world. One I is bound to come into conflict with another. The pattern each seeks to create is disturbed by the magnetic fields of others, and we ourselves become subject to attraction or repulsion. The result can only be unhappiness, suffering. Nor do we limit attachment to the I. We extend it to mine, whatever belongs to us. We each develop great attachment to what we possess, because it is associated with us. It supports the image of I. This attachment would cause no problem if what one called mine were eternal, and the I remained to enjoy it eternally. But the fact is that sooner or later the I is separated from the mine. The parting time is bound to come. When it arrives, the greater the clinging to mine, the greater the suffering will be. And attachment extends still further to our views and our beliefs. No matter what their actual content may be, no matter whether they are right or wrong, If we are attached to them, they will certainly make us unhappy. We are each convinced that our own views and traditions are the best, and become very upset whenever we hear them criticized. If we try to explain our views and others do not accept them, again we become upset. We fail to recognize that each person has his or her own beliefs. It is futile to argue about which view is correct. More beneficial would be to set aside any preconceived notions and to try to see reality. But our attachment to views prevents us from doing so, keeping us unhappy. Finally, there is attachment to religious forms and ceremonies. We tend to emphasize the external expressions of religion more than their underlying meaning, and to feel that anyone who does not perform such ceremonies cannot be a truly religious person. We forget that without its essence, the formal aspect of religion is an empty shell. Piety in reciting prayers or performing ceremonies is valueless if the mind remains filled with anger, passion, and ill will. To be truly religious, we must develop the religious attitude, purity of heart, love and compassion for all. But our attachment to the external forms of religion leads us to give more importance to the letter of it than the spirit. We miss the essence of religion and therefore remain miserable. All our sufferings, whatever they may be, are connected to one or another of these attachments. Attachment and suffering are always found together. What causes attachment? How does it arise? Analyzing his own nature, the future Buddha found that it develops because of the momentary mental reactions of liking and disliking. The brief unconscious reactions of the mind are repeated and intensified moment after moment, growing into powerful attractions and repulsions, into all our attachments. Attachment is merely the developed form of the fleeting reaction. This is the immediate cause of suffering. What causes reactions of liking and disliking? Looking deeper, he saw that they occur because of sensation. We feel a pleasant sensation and start liking it. We feel an unpleasant sensation and start disliking it. Now, why these sensations? What causes them? Examining still further within himself, he saw that they arise because of contact. Contact of the eye with a vision, contact of the ear with a sound, contact of the nose with an odor, contact of the tongue with a taste, contact of the body with something tangible, contact of the mind with any thought, emotion, idea, imagination, or memory. Through the 5 physical senses and the mind, we experience the world. Whenever an object or phenomenon contacts any of these 6 bases of experience, a sensation is produced, pleasant or unpleasant.
The Art of Living by William Hart is continued on Disc 2.
And why does contact occur in the first place? The future Buddha saw that because of the existence of the 6 sensory bases, the 5 physical senses in the mind, contact is bound to occur. The world is full of countless phenomena, sight, sounds, odors, flavors, textures, various thoughts and emotions. So long as our receivers are functioning, contact is inevitable. Then why do the 6 sensory bases exist? Because they are essential aspects of the flow of mind and matter. And why this flow of mind and matter? What causes it to occur? The future Buddha understood that the process arises because of consciousness, the act of cognition, which separates the world into the knower and the known, subject and object, I and other. From this separation results identity, birth. Every moment consciousness arises and assumes a specific mental and physical form. In the next moment, again, consciousness takes a slightly different form. Throughout one's existence, consciousness flows and changes. At last comes death. But consciousness does not stop there. Without any interval, in the next moment, it assumes a new form. From one existence to the next, life after life, the flow of consciousness continues. Then what causes this flow of consciousness? He saw that it arises because of reaction. The mind is constantly reacting, and every reaction gives impetus to the flow of consciousness so that it continues to the next moment. The stronger a reaction, the greater the impetus that it gives. The slight reaction of one moment sustains the flow of consciousness only for a moment. But if that momentary reaction of liking and disliking intensifies into craving or aversion, it gains in strength and sustains the flow of consciousness for many moments, for minutes, for hours. And if the reaction of craving and aversion intensifies still further, it sustains the flow for days, for months, perhaps for years. And if throughout life one keeps repeating and intensifying certain reactions, they develop a strength sufficient to sustain the flow of consciousness, not only from one moment to the next, from one day to the next, from 1 year to the next, but from one life to the next. And what causes these reactions? Observing at the deepest level of reality, he understood that reaction occurs because of ignorance. We are unaware of the fact that we react, and unaware of the real nature of what we react to. We are ignorant of the impermanent, impersonal nature of our existence, and ignorant that attachment to it brings nothing but suffering. Not knowing our real nature, we react blindly. Not even knowing that we have reacted, we persist in our blind reactions and allow them to intensify. Thus we become imprisoned in the habit of reacting because of ignorance. This is how the wheel of suffering starts turning. If ignorance arises, reaction occurs. If reaction arises, consciousness occurs. If consciousness arises, mind and matter occur. If mind and matter arise, the 6 senses occur. If the 6 senses arise, contact occurs. If contact arises, sensation occurs. If sensation arises, craving and aversion occur. If craving and aversion arise, attachment occurs. If attachment arises, the process of becoming occurs. If the process of becoming arises, birth occurs. If birth arises, decay and death occur, together with sorrow, lamentation, physical and mental suffering, and tribulations. Thus arises this entire mass of suffering. By this chain of cause and effect, conditioned arising, we have been brought into our present state of existence and face a future of suffering. At last the truth was clear to him. Suffering begins with ignorance about the reality of our true nature, about the phenomenon labeled I. And the next cause of suffering is sankhara, the mental habit of reaction. Blinded by ignorance, we generate reactions of craving and aversion, which develop into attachment, leading to all types of unhappiness. The habit of reacting is the kamma, the shaper of our future, and the reaction arises only because of ignorance about our real nature. Ignorance, craving, and aversion are the 3 roots from which grow all our sufferings in life. Having understood suffering and its origin, the future Buddha then faced the next question. How can suffering be brought to an end? By remembering the law of kamma, of cause and effect. If this exists, that occurs. That arises, from the arising of this. If this does not exist, that does not occur. That ceases from the ceasing of this. Nothing happens without a cause. If the cause is eradicated, there will be no effect. In this way, the process of the arising of suffering can be reversed. If ignorance is eradicated and completely ceases, reaction ceases. If reaction ceases, consciousness ceases. If consciousness ceases, mind and matter cease. If mind and matter cease, the six senses cease. If the six senses cease, contact ceases. If contact ceases, sensation ceases. If sensation ceases, craving and aversion cease. If craving and aversion cease, attachment ceases. If attachment ceases, the process of becoming ceases. If the process of becoming ceases, birth ceases. If birth ceases, decay and death cease, together with sorrow, lamentation, physical and mental suffering, and tribulations. Thus this entire mass of suffering ceases. If we put an end to ignorance, then there will be no blind reactions that bring in their wake all manner of suffering. And if there is no more suffering, then we shall experience real peace, real happiness. The wheel of suffering can change into the wheel of liberation. This is what Siddhartha Gautama did in order to achieve enlightenment. This is what he taught others to do. He said, "By yourself committing wrong, you defile yourself. By yourself not doing wrong, you purify yourself." We are each responsible for the reactions that cause our suffering. By accepting our responsibility, we can learn how to eliminate suffering. By the wheel of conditioned arising, the Buddha explained the process of rebirth, or samsara. In the India of his time, this concept was commonly accepted as fact. For many people today, it may seem to be an alien, perhaps untenable doctrine. Before accepting or rejecting it, however, one should understand what it is and what it is not. Samsara is the cycle of repeated existences, the succession of past and future lives. Our deeds are the force that impels us into life after life. Each life, low or high, will be as our deeds were, base or noble. In this respect, the concept is not essentially different from that of many religions that teach a future existence where we shall receive retribution or reward for our actions in this life. The Buddha realized, however, that in even the most exalted existence, suffering can be found. Therefore, we should not strive for a fortunate rebirth, since no rebirth is wholly fortunate. Our aim should rather be liberation from all suffering. When we free ourselves from the cycle of suffering, we experience an unalloyed happiness greater than any worldly pleasure. The Buddha taught a way to experience such happiness in this very life. Samsara is not the popular idea of the transmigration of a soul or self that maintains a fixed identity through repeated incarnations. This, the Buddha said, is precisely what does not happen. He insisted that there is no unchanging identity that passes from life to life. It is just as from the cow comes milk, from milk curds, from curds butter, from fresh butter clarified butter, from clarified butter the creamy skimmings. When there is milk, it is not considered to be curds or fresh butter or clarified butter or skimmings. Similarly, at any time, only the present state of existence is considered to be real, and not a past or future one. The Buddha held neither that a fixed ego principle is reincarnated in successive lives, nor that there is no past or future existence. Instead, he realized and taught that only the process of becoming continues from one existence to another, so long as our actions give impetus to the process. Even if one believes in no existence other than the present, still the wheel of conditioned arising has relevance. Every moment that we are ignorant of our own blind reactions, we create suffering which we experience here and now. If we remove the ignorance and cease reacting blindly, we shall experience the resulting peace here and now. Heaven and hell exist here and now. They can be experienced within this life, within this body. The Buddha said, even if one believes there is no other world, no future reward for good actions, or punishment for evil ones, still in this very life one can live happily by keeping oneself free from hatred, ill will, and anxiety. Regardless of belief or disbelief in past or future existences, we still face the problems of the present life, problems caused by our own blind reactions. Most important for us is to solve these problems now, to take steps toward ending our suffering by ending the habit of reaction, and to experience now the happiness of liberation.
An incident in the days of Buddha, a young man approached him one day, came crying. Hey, what happened? Kept on crying. What happened? Yesterday, sir, my old father died. But he died, what can be done? Crying won't help. By crying he won't come back. Yes, sir, that I understand, by crying he won't come back. But I have come to you with a special request, sir. What special request? Sir, please do something for my father. What can I do for your father? You can certainly do something, sir. Look, these ordinary priests, they perform some rites and rituals, and as they perform a rite or ritual here, a entry visa one gets to enter the heaven. You, sir, such a powerful person, if you perform some rite and ritual for my father will not only get an entry visa, he will get a permanent stay there, he will get a green card. Please, sir, do something for my father. Something. Mad fellow. When somebody gets involved in this blind devotion, one becomes so emotional. One doesn't understand what one is thinking, what one is doing. And when one is full of such emotions, no Dhamma will work. He can't understand Dhamma. So Buddha had his own ways of explaining things. He asked him, go to the market, buy 2 earthen pots. Very happy. Buddha is going to perform some rite and ritual for me. Purchase 2 earthen pots. Fill one with butter, with ghee, did it. The other with stones, pebbles, did it. Now close their mouths, seal them properly, did it. Now place them in this pond nearby, and they all went with the weight to the bottom. Bring a big stick and break them open. Very happy. Buddha is performing wonderful rite and ritual. India, a vast country, an ancient country, is a land of extremes. There you find such heights of full enlightenment, full liberation, and also such deep depths of ignorance, madness. Today, and so also 25 centuries back, some people were so mad with such kind of mad beliefs. If somebody's father or mother dies, the dead body is taken to the cremation ground, put on the funeral pyre. When it is half burned, then the son is supposed to take a big stick and open the skull of the dead body. Here the skull is open, and the belief is that there the gateway of the kingdom of heaven is opened. This madness was there 25 centuries back also with some people. So this person started thinking, my father's body was consumed yesterday, it was all burned, turned to ashes. Buddha cannot make me perform that rite or ritual now. So as a symbol he wants me to break these pots. Very happy. Broke open both of them. One that contained butter, it came upon the surface and started floating on the surface. One that contained pebbles and stones, they all remained at the bottom. Buddha said, all right, this much I have done. the rest of it. Now call all your friends, your priests, and let them come here and start praying. Oh pebbles, you come upon the surface, you come upon the surface. Oh butter, you go down to the bottom. Let me see how it all happens. Sir, you started joking. How it is possible, sir? The pebbles are heavier than water. They are bound to remain in the bottom. They can't float, sir. This is law of nature. The butter is lighter than water. It will always float on the surface. It can't go down, sir. This is law of nature. Young man, you know so much about the law of nature, and yet you do not want to understand the universal law of nature. If your father kept on performing such actions the whole life, which are nothing but pebbles and stones, he is bound to go down. Who can lift him up? Or if he kept on performing actions which are light like butter, he is bound to go up. Who can pull down his legs? But we don't try to understand. These mad devotional games, emotional games, keep people so deluded. Somebody will do something for me. Somebody will be so kind and do something for me. And one doesn't try to rectify oneself, does not try to correct oneself, does not try to live the life of the law, the Dhamma, and one remains rolling in misery the whole life and life after life and life after life. Earlier one realizes this law and starts moving according to the law. Earlier one comes out of the misery.
Chapter 5. The Training of Moral Conduct. Our task is to eradicate suffering by eradicating its causes, ignorance, craving, and aversion. To achieve this goal, the Buddha discovered, followed, and taught a practical way to this attainable end. He called this way the Noble Eightfold Path. Once, when asked to explain the path in simple words, the Buddha said, "Abstain from all unwholesome deeds. Perform wholesome ones. Purify your mind. This is the teaching of enlightened persons." This is a very clear exposition, which appears acceptable to all. Everyone agrees that we should avoid actions that are harmful and perform those that are beneficial. But how does one define what is beneficial or harmful, what is wholesome or unwholesome? When we try to do this, we rely on our views, our traditional beliefs, our preferences and prejudices, and consequently we produce narrow sectarian definitions that are acceptable to some, but unacceptable to others. Instead of such narrow interpretations, the Buddha offered a universal definition of wholesome and unwholesome, of piety and sin. Any action that harms others, that disturbs their peace and harmony, is a sinful action, an unwholesome action. Any action that helps others, that contributes to their peace and harmony, is a pious action, a wholesome action. Further, the mind is truly purified not by performing religious ceremonies or intellectual exercises, but by experiencing directly the reality of oneself and working systematically to remove the conditioning that gives rise to suffering. The Noble Eightfold Path can be divided into 3 stages of training: Sila, Samadhi, and Panya. Sila is moral practice, abstention from all unwholesome actions of body and speech. Samadhi is the practice of concentration, developing the ability to consciously direct and control one's own mental processes. Panya is wisdom, the development of purifying insight into one's own nature. Anyone who wishes to practice Dhamma must begin by practicing Sila. This is the first step without which one cannot advance. We must abstain from all actions, all words and deeds that harm other people. This is easily understood. Society requires such behavior in order to avoid disruption. But in fact we abstain from such actions not only because they harm others, but also because they harm ourselves. It is impossible to commit an unwholesome action, to insult, kill, steal, or rape, without generating great agitation in the mind, great craving and aversion. This moment of craving or aversion brings unhappiness now, and more in the future. The Buddha said, "Burning now, burning hereafter, the wrongdoer suffers doubly. Happy now, happy hereafter, the virtuous person doubly rejoices." We need not wait until after death to experience heaven and hell. We can experience them within this life, within ourselves. When we commit unwholesome actions, we experience the hellfire of craving and aversion. When we perform wholesome actions, we experience the heaven of inner peace. Therefore, it is not only for the benefit of others, but for our own benefit, to avoid harm to ourselves, that we abstain from unwholesome words and deeds. There is another reason for undertaking the practice of sila. We wish to examine ourselves, to gain insight into the depths of our reality. To do this requires a very calm and quiet mind. It is impossible to see into the depths of a pool of water when it is turbulent. Introspection requires a calm mind, free from agitation. Whenever one commits unwholesome action, the mind is inundated with agitation. When one abstains from all unwholesome actions of body or speech, only then does the mind have the opportunity to become peaceful enough so introspection may proceed. There is still another reason why sila is essential. One who practices Dhamma is working toward the ultimate goal of liberation from all suffering. While performing this task, he cannot be involved in actions that will reinforce the very mental habits he seeks to eradicate. Any action that harms others is necessarily caused and accompanied by craving, aversion, and ignorance. Committing such actions is taking 2 steps back for every step forward on the path, thwarting any progress toward the goal. Sila, then, is necessary not only for the good of society, but for the good of each of its members, and not only for the worldly good of a person, but also for his progress on the path of Dhamma. 3 parts of the Noble Eightfold Path fall within the training of sila: right speech, right action, and right livelihood. Right speech. Speech must be pure and wholesome. Purity is achieved by removing impurity, and so we must understand what constitutes impure speech. Such acts include telling lies, that is, speaking either more or less than the truth, carrying tales that set friends at odds, backbiting and slander, speaking harsh words that disturb others and have no beneficial effect, and idle gossip, meaningless chatter that wastes one's own time and the time of others. Abstaining from all such impure speech leaves nothing but right speech. Nor is this only a negative concept. One who practices right speech, the Buddha explained, speaks the truth and is steadfast in truthfulness, trustworthy, dependable, straightforward with others. He reconciles the quarreling and encourages the united. He delights in harmony, seeks after harmony, rejoices in harmony, and creates harmony by his words. His speech is gentle, pleasing to the ear, kindly, heartwarming, courteous, agreeable, and enjoyable to many. He speaks at the proper time, according to the facts, according to what is helpful, according to Dhamma and the code of conduct. His words are worth remembering, timely, well-reasoned, well-chosen, and constructive. Right action. Action must also be pure. As with speech, we must understand what constitutes impure action, so that we may abstain from it. Such acts include killing a living creature, stealing, sexual misconduct, for example, rape or adultery, and intoxication, losing one's senses so that one does not know what one says or does. Avoiding these 4 impure actions leaves nothing but right action, wholesome action. Again, this is not only a negative concept. Describing one who practices right physical action, the Buddha said, "Laying aside the rod and sword, he is careful to harm none, full of kindness, seeking the good of all living creatures. Free of stealth, he himself lives like a pure being." The precepts. For ordinary people involved in worldly life, the way to implement right speech and right action is to practice the 5 precepts, which are to abstain from killing any living creature, to abstain from stealing, to abstain from sexual misconduct, to abstain from false speech, to abstain from intoxicants. These 5 precepts are the essential minimum needed for moral conduct. They must be followed by anyone who wishes to practice Dhamma. At times during life, however, the opportunity may come to lay aside worldly affairs temporarily, perhaps for a few days, perhaps just for one day, in order to purify the mind, to work toward liberation. Such a period is a time for serious practice of Dhamma, and therefore one's conduct must be more careful than in ordinary life. It is important, then, to avoid actions that may distract from or interfere with the work of self-purification. Therefore, at such time, one follows 8 precepts. These include the basic 5 precepts with one modification. Instead of abstaining from sexual misconduct, one abstains from all sexual activities. In addition, one undertakes to abstain from untimely eating, that is, from eating after noon, to abstain from all sensual entertainment and bodily decoration, and to abstain from using luxurious beds. The requirement of celibacy and the additional precepts foster the calmness and alertness that are necessary for the work of introspection, and they help to free the mind from all external disturbance. The 8 precepts need to be followed only during the time given to intensive practice of Dhamma. When that time is over, a lay person may revert to the 5 precepts as guidelines for moral conduct. Finally, there are the 10 precepts for those who have adopted the homeless life of a recluse, a mendicant monk or nun. These 10 precepts include the first 8, with the 7th precept divided into 2, and one further precept, to abstain from accepting money. Recluses must support themselves solely by the charity they receive, so that they are free to devote themselves fully to the work of purifying their minds for their own benefit and for the benefit of all. The precepts, whether 5, 8, or 10, are not empty formulas dictated by tradition. They are literally steps to implement the training, very practical means to ensure that one's speech and actions harm neither oneself nor others. Right livelihood. Each person must have a proper way of supporting himself or herself. There are 2 criteria for right livelihood. First, it should not be necessary to break the 5 precepts in one's work, since doing so obviously causes harm to others. But further, one should not do anything that encourages other people to break the precepts, since this will also cause harm. Neither directly nor indirectly should our means of livelihood involve injury to other beings. Thus, any livelihood that requires killing, whether of human beings or of animals, is clearly not right livelihood. Even if the killing is done by others and one simply deals in the parts of slaughtered animals, their skins, flesh, bones, and so on. Still, this is not right livelihood, because one is depending on the wrong actions of others. Selling liquor or other drugs may be very profitable, but even if one abstains from them oneself, the act of selling encourages others to use intoxicants, and thereby to harm themselves. Operating a gambling casino may be very lucrative, but all who come there to gamble cause themselves harm. Selling poisons or weapons, arms, ammunition, bombs, missiles, is good business, but it injures the peace and harmony of multitudes. None of these is right livelihood. Even though a type of work may not actually harm others, if it is performed with the intention that others should be harmed, it is not right livelihood. The doctor who hopes for an epidemic, the trader who hopes for a famine, are not practicing right livelihood. Each human being is a member of society. We meet our obligations to society by the work we do, serving our fellows in different ways. In return for this, we receive our livelihood. Even a monk, a recluse, has his proper work by which he earns the alms he receives, the work of purifying his mind for the good and the benefit of all. If he starts exploiting others by deceiving people, performing feats of magic or falsely claiming spiritual attainments, then he is not practicing right livelihood. Whatever remuneration we are given in return for our work is to be used for the support of ourselves and our dependents. If there is any excess, at least a portion of it should be returned to society, given to be used for the good of others. If the intention is to play a useful role in society in order to support oneself and to help others, then the work one does is right livelihood. Right speech, right action, and right livelihood should be practiced because they make sense for oneself and for others. A course in Vipassana meditation offers the opportunity to apply all these aspects of Sila. This is a period set aside for the intensive practice of Dhamma, and therefore the 8 precepts are followed by all participants. However, one relaxation is allowed for those joining a course for the first time or for those with medical problems. They are permitted to have a light meal in the evening. For this reason, such people formally undertake only the 5 precepts, although in all other respects they actually observe the 8 precepts. In addition to the precepts, all participants must take a vow of silence until the last full day of the course. They may speak with the teacher or the course management, but not with other meditators. In this way, all distractions are kept to the minimum. People are able to live and work in close quarters without disturbing each other. In this calm, quiet, and peaceful atmosphere, it is possible to perform the delicate task of introspection. In return for performing their work of introspection, meditators receive food and shelter, the cost of which has been donated by others. In this way, during a course, they live more or less like true recluses, subsisting on the charity of others. By performing their work to the best of their ability, for their own good and the good of others, the meditators practice right livelihood while participating in a Vipassana course. The practice of Sila is an integral part of the path of Dhamma. Without it, there can be no progress on the path, because the mind will remain too agitated to investigate the reality within. There are those who teach that spiritual development is possible without Sila. Whatever they may be doing, such people are not following the teaching of the Buddha. Without practicing Sila, it may be possible to experience various ecstatic states, but it is a mistake to regard these as spiritual attainments. Certainly, without Sila, one can never liberate the mind from suffering and experience ultimate truth.
Sometimes a subject becomes more clear by examples. Another example, I become very sick, visit a doctor. The doctor examines me and then he writes a prescription on a piece of paper. Very happy. I come back home. I have great devotion towards my doctor. One must have devotion towards doctor, nothing wrong. But then this devotion turns into blind devotion. Then what happens? I place the picture of this doctor or the statue of this doctor on the altar, and then I bow down 3 times, and then I offer flowers and incense and sweets and lamps, and then I take out that piece of paper and start reciting 2 pills in the morning, 2 pills in the afternoon, 2 pills in the evening. I keep on reciting that. Madness. What again? Blind devotion does that only, nothing else. Mere madness. Second step, I again go to this doctor. Hey, what you wrote on this paper? How is this going to help me? Now I start using my intellect. And the doctor is an intellectual guy. And he tries to explain me. Well, look, this is your disease. And this is the root cause of your disease. And the prescription that I have written, if you take this medicine, it will eradicate the root cause. And once the root cause is eradicated, your disease is eradicated. Ah, wonderful. Look, my doctor is so intelligent. My doctor is wonderful. And I come back home. Still I don't take any medicine. Now I keep on fighting with all the neighbors all around. My doctor is the best doctor. Doctors of you fellows, useless. The prescription that is given by my doctor is the real prescription. All other prescriptions are useless. One keeps on fighting. And this is what happens in the life, in the society. Every enlightened person, when he finds misery all around, people sick because of the defilements in the mind, then out of love, out of compassion, he gives some prescription to the people. This medicine will help you. Take this Dhamma medicine and you will be out of misery. Time passes away. People forget to take medicine. They never take medicine. But they develop tremendous amount of attachment towards the founder of my religion. The founder of my religion is the real enlightened person, others are not. Is the real wise person, others are not. Is the real saintly person, others are not. And I keep on fighting with others without taking the medicine. Nobody takes medicine. And they keep on fighting. This sect with the other sect, this sect with the other sect. Such ignorance, such madness is because the Dhamma remains either at the first step of blind faith or better than that, but still worse, is only at the intellectual level. But when one starts taking medicine, then it becomes bhavanamaya panya. Then you are having your own experience of Dhamma. And that will start benefiting you. That will start benefiting you.
Chapter 6. The Training of Concentration. By practicing sila, we attempt to control our speech and physical actions. However, the cause of suffering lies in our mental actions. Merely restraining our words and deeds is useless if the mind continues to boil in craving and aversion, in unwholesome mental actions. Divided against ourselves in this way, we can never be happy. Sooner or later, the craving and aversion will erupt, and we shall break sila, harming others and ourselves. Intellectually, one may understand that it is wrong to commit unwholesome actions. After all, for thousands of years, every religion has preached the importance of morality. But when the temptation comes, it overpowers the mind and one breaks sila. An alcoholic may know perfectly well that he should not drink, because alcohol is harmful to him. And yet when the craving arises, he reaches for the alcohol and becomes intoxicated. He cannot stop himself because he has no control over his mind. But when one learns to cease committing unwholesome mental actions, it becomes easy to refrain from unwholesome words and deeds. Because the problem originates in the mind, we must confront it at the mental level. In order to do so, we must undertake the practice of bhavana, literally mental development, or in common language, meditation. Since the time of the Buddha, the meaning of the word bhavana has become vague as the practice of it has fallen away. In recent times it has been used to refer to any sort of mental culture or spiritual uplift, even such activities as reading, talking, hearing, or thinking about Dhamma. Meditation, the most common English translation of bhavana, is used even more loosely to refer to many activities from mental relaxation, daydreaming, and free association to self-hypnosis. All these are far from what the Buddha meant by bhavana. He used the term to refer to specific mental exercises, precise techniques for focusing and purifying the mind. Bhavana includes the two trainings of concentration, samadhi, and wisdom, panya. The practice of concentration is also called the development of tranquility, samatha bhavana, and that of wisdom is called the development of insight, vipassana bhavana. The practice of bhavana begins with concentration, which is the second division of the Noble Eightfold Path. This is the wholesome action of learning to take control of the mental processes, to become master of one's own mind. 3 parts of the path fall within this training: right effort, right awareness, and right concentration. Right effort. Right effort is the first step in the practice of bhavana. The mind is easily overcome by ignorance, easily swayed by craving or aversion. Somehow we must strengthen it so that it becomes firm and stable. A useful tool for examining our nature at the subtlest level in order to reveal and then remove our conditioning. A doctor wishing to diagnose the disease of a patient will take a blood sample and place it under a microscope. Before examining the sample, the doctor must first focus the microscope properly and fix it in focus. Only then is it possible to inspect the sample, discover the cause of the disease, and determine the proper treatment to cure the disease. Similarly, we must learn to focus the mind, to fix and maintain it on a single object of attention. In this way we make it an instrument for examining the subtlest reality of ourselves. The Buddha prescribed various techniques for concentrating the mind, each suited to the particular person who came to him for training. The most suitable technique for exploring inner reality, the technique the Buddha himself practiced, is that of Anapana, awareness of respiration. Respiration is an object of attention that is readily available to everyone, because we all breathe from the time of birth until the time of death. It is a universally accessible, universally acceptable object of meditation. To begin the practice of bhavana, meditators sit down, assume a comfortable upright posture, and close their eyes. They should be in a quiet room with little to distract the attention. Turning from the outer world to the world within, they find that the most prominent activity is their own breathing. So they give attention to this object, the breath entering and leaving the nostrils. This is not a breathing exercise. It is an exercise in awareness. The effort is not to control the breath, but instead to remain conscious of it as it naturally is, long or short, heavy or light, rough or subtle. For as long as possible one fixes the attention on the breath without allowing any distractions to break the chain of awareness. For as long as possible one fixes the attention on the breath without allowing any distractions to break the chain of awareness. As meditators, we find out at once how difficult this is. As soon as we try to keep the mind fixed on respiration, we begin to worry about a pain in the legs. As soon as we try to suppress all distracting thoughts, 1,000 things jump into the mind: memories, plans, hopes, fears. One of these catches our attention, and after some time we realize that we have forgotten completely about breathing. We begin again with renewed determination, and again after a short time we realize that the mind has slipped away without our noticing. Who is in control here? As soon as one begins this exercise, it becomes very clear, very quickly, that in fact the mind is out of control. Like a spoiled child who reaches for one toy, becomes bored, and reaches for another, and then another, the mind keeps jumping from one thought, one object of attention to another, running away from reality. This is the ingrained habit of the mind. This is what it has been doing all our lives. But once we start to investigate our true nature, the running away must stop. We must change the mental habit pattern and learn to remain with reality. We begin by trying to fix the attention on the breath. When we notice that it has wandered away, patiently and calmly we bring it back again. We fail and try again and again. Smilingly, without tension, without discouragement, we keep repeating the exercise. After all, the habit of a lifetime is not changed in a few minutes. The task requires repeated, continuous practice, as well as patience and calmness. This is how we develop awareness of reality. This is right effort. The Buddha described 4 types of right effort: to prevent evil, unwholesome states from arising, to abandon them if they should arise, to generate wholesome states not yet existing, to maintain them without lapse, causing them to develop and to reach full growth and perfection. By practicing awareness of respiration, we practice all 4 right efforts. We sit down and fix attention on the breath without any intervening thought. By doing so, we initiate and maintain the wholesome state of self-awareness. We prevent ourselves from falling into distraction or absent-mindedness, from losing sight of reality. If a thought arises, we do not pursue it, but return our attention once again to the breath. In this way, we develop the ability of the mind to remain focused on a single object and to resist distractions, 2 essential qualities of concentration. Right awareness. Observing respiration is also the means for practicing right awareness. Our suffering stems from ignorance. We react because we do not know what we are doing, because we do not know the reality of ourselves. The mind spends most of the time lost in fantasies and illusions, reliving pleasant or unpleasant experiences and anticipating the future with eagerness or fear. While lost in such cravings or aversions, we are unaware of what is happening now, what we are doing now. Yet surely this moment, now, is the most important for us. We cannot live in the past, it is gone. Nor can we live in the future. It is forever beyond our grasp. We can only live in the present. If we are unaware of our present actions, we are condemned to repeating the mistakes of the past and can never succeed in attaining our dreams for the future. But if we can develop the ability to be aware of the present moment, we can use the past as a guide for ordering our actions in the future so that we may attain our goal. Dhamma is the path of here and now. Therefore, we must develop our ability to be aware of the present moment. We require a method to focus our attention on our own reality in this moment. The technique of Anapana is such a method. Practicing it develops awareness of oneself in the here and now, at this moment breathing in, at this moment breathing out. By practicing awareness of respiration, we become aware of the present moment. Another reason for developing awareness of respiration is that we wish to experience ultimate reality. Focusing on breathing can help us explore whatever is unknown about ourselves, to bring into consciousness whatever has been unconscious. It acts as a bridge between the conscious and unconscious mind, because the breath functions both consciously and unconsciously. We can decide to breathe in a particular way, to control the respiration. We can even stop breathing for a time. And yet, when we cease trying to control respiration, it continues without any prompting. For example, we may begin by breathing intentionally, slightly hard, in order to fix the attention more easily. As soon as the awareness of respiration becomes clear and steady, we allow the breath to proceed naturally, either hard or soft, deep or shallow, long or short, fast or slow. We make no effort to regulate the breath. The effort is only to be aware of it. By maintaining awareness of natural breath, we have started observing the autonomic functioning of the body, an activity which is usually unconscious. From observing the gross reality of intentional breathing, we have progressed to observing the subtler reality of natural breathing. We have begun to move beyond superficial reality toward awareness of a subtler reality. We have yet another reason for developing awareness of respiration. In order to become free of craving, aversion, and ignorance by first becoming aware of them. In this task, the breath can help, because respiration acts as a reflection of one's mental state. When the mind is peaceful and calm, the breath is regular and gentle. But whenever negativity arises in the mind, whether anger, hatred, fear, or passion, then respiration becomes more rough, heavy, and rapid. In this way, our respiration alerts us to our mental state and enables us to start to deal with it. There is still another reason for practicing awareness of breathing. Since our goal is a mind free of negativity, we must be careful that every step we take toward that goal is pure and wholesome. Even in the initial stage of developing samadhi, we must use an object of attention which is wholesome. Breath is such an object. We cannot have craving or aversion toward the breath, and it is a reality totally divorced from illusion or delusion. Therefore it is an appropriate object of attention. In the moment when the mind is fully focused on respiration, it is free from craving, free of aversion, and free of ignorance. However brief that moment of purity may be, it is very powerful, for it challenges all one's past conditioning. All the accumulated reactions are stirred up and begin to appear as various difficulties, physical as well as mental, which hinder one's efforts to develop awareness. We may experience impatience for progress, which is a form of craving, or else aversion may arise in the form of anger and depression, because progress seems slow. Sometimes lethargy overwhelms us, and we doze off as soon as we sit to meditate. Sometimes we may be so agitated that we fidget or find excuses to avoid meditating. Sometimes skepticism undermines the will to work. Obsessive, unreasoning doubts about the teacher or the teaching or our own ability to meditate. When suddenly faced with these difficulties, we may think of giving up the practice altogether. At such a moment, we must understand that these hindrances have arisen only in reaction to our success in practicing awareness of respiration. If we persevere, they will gradually disappear. When they do, the work becomes easier, because even at this early stage of practice, some layers of conditioning have been eradicated from the surface of the mind. In this way, even as we practice awareness of breathing, we begin to cleanse the mind and advance toward liberation. Right concentration. Fixing the attention on respiration develops awareness of the present moment. Maintaining this awareness from moment to moment for as long as possible, is right concentration. In the daily actions of ordinary life, concentration is also required, but it is not necessarily the same as right concentration. A person may be concentrating on satisfying a sensual desire or forestalling a fear. A cat waits with all its attention focused on a mouse hole, ready to pounce as soon as a mouse appears. A pickpocket is intent on the victim's wallet, waiting for the moment to remove it. A child in bed at night stares fearfully at the darkest corner of the room, imagining monsters hidden in the shadows. None of these is right concentration, concentration that can be used for liberation. Samadhi must have as its focus an object that is free from all craving, all aversion, all illusion. In practicing awareness of breathing, one finds how difficult it is to maintain unbroken awareness. Despite a firm determination to keep the attention fixed on the object of the breath, somehow it slips away unnoticed. We find that we are like a drunken man trying to walk a straight line, who keeps straying to one side or the other. And in fact we are drunk with our own ignorance and illusions, and so we keep straying into past or future, craving or aversion. We cannot remain on the straight path of sustained awareness. As meditators, we would be wise not to become depressed or discouraged when faced with these difficulties, but instead to understand that it takes time to change the ingrained mental habits of years. It can be done only by working repeatedly, continuously, patiently, and persistently. Our job is simply to return attention to our breathing as soon as we notice that it has strayed. If we can do that, we have taken an important step toward changing the wandering ways of the mind. And by repeated practice, it becomes possible to bring the attention back more and more quickly. Gradually, the periods of forgetfulness become shorter, and the periods of sustained awareness, samadhi, become longer. As concentration strengthens, we begin to feel relaxed, happy, full of energy. Little by little the breath changes, becoming soft, regular, light, shallow. At times it may seem that respiration has stopped altogether. Actually, as the mind becomes tranquil, the body also becomes calm, and the metabolism slows down so that less oxygen is required. At this stage, some of those who practice awareness of respiration may have various unusual experiences, seeing lights or visions while sitting with eyes closed, or hearing extraordinary sounds, for example. All these so-called extrasensory experiences are merely indications that the mind has attained a heightened level of concentration. In themselves, these phenomena have no importance and should be given no attention. The object of awareness remains respiration. Anything else is a distraction. Nor should one expect such experiences. They occur in some cases and not in others. All these extraordinary experiences are simply milestones that mark progress on the path. Sometimes the milestone may be hidden from view, or we may be so intent on the path that we stride ahead without noticing it. But if we take such a milestone as the final goal and cling to it, we cease making progress altogether. After all, there are countless extraordinary sensory experiences to be had. Those practicing Dhamma are not seeking such experiences, but rather insight into their own nature, so as to attain freedom from suffering. Therefore, we continue to give attention only to respiration. As the mind becomes more concentrated, the breath becomes finer and more difficult to follow, thereby requiring still greater efforts to remain attentive. In this way, we continue to hone the mind, to sharpen the concentration, to make of it a tool with which to penetrate beyond apparent reality in order to observe the subtlest reality within. There are many other techniques to develop concentration. One may be taught to concentrate on a word by repeating it, or on a visual image, or even to perform over and over again a certain physical action. In doing so, one becomes absorbed in the object of attention and attains a blissful state of trance. Although such a state is no doubt very pleasant so long as it lasts, when it ends, one finds oneself back in ordinary life with the same problems as before. These techniques work by developing a layer of peace and joy at the surface of the mind, but in the depths, the conditioning remains untouched. The objects used to attain concentration in such techniques have no connection with the moment-to-moment reality of oneself. The bliss that one attains is superimposed, intentionally created rather than arising spontaneously from the depths of a purified mind. Right samadhi cannot be spiritual intoxication. It must be free from all artificiality, all illusions. Even within the teaching of the Buddha, there are various states of trance, jhana, that can be attained. The Buddha himself was taught 8 states of mental absorption before he became enlightened, and he continued to practice them throughout his life. However, states of trance alone could not liberate him. When he taught the states of absorption, therefore, he emphasized their function only as stepping stones to the development of insight. Meditators develop the faculty of concentration not in order to experience bliss or ecstasy, but rather to forge the mind into an instrument with which to examine their own reality and to remove the conditioning that causes their suffering. This is right concentration.
An example, there is a story in our country, 2 boys, very poor, living the life of beggars. They go out and beg their food every day. And good friends, they help each other. One of them is blind from birth. The other helps him to take him together. They go to the city, they beg their food and come back and eat that. One day it so happened that this blind boy had very high temperature. So the other friend said, "You are not fit to go to the city, you just wait and take rest. I will beg food not only for myself but for you also, I'll bring it. You just wait here." And he went out alone. And it so happened that that day, as he was begging food, somebody gave him a very delicious food called kheer. It's a liquid dish made from milk and rice and sweet and dry fruits, etc. Very delicious. He enjoyed it. But he had no container. How to bring this liquid food for his friend? So he took away all himself. But honestly came and told his friend that today I got kheer, this milk pudding, but I could not bring for you because I had no container. Doesn't matter, you didn't bring for me, but at least tell me, what is this milk pudding? Oh, it is white. What is white? You don't know what is white? No, I don't know what is white. He is blind from birth. He doesn't know what's white. Oh, white is not black. But what is black? You don't know black? No, I don't know black. You don't know white, you don't know black. What sort of person you are? But I don't know what to do. I don't know what's white, I don't know what's black. You explain me. How to explain now what is white? How to explain? He finds a bird, crane, white bird. Takes this bird and brings to him. Look, the white is like this bird crane. Wonderful. Now I will understand what white is. He has no eyes. So he just uses his fingertips and examines this bird. Now I understand what white is. White is very soft. Very soft. What soft? White has nothing to do with softness or coarseness or hardness. White is white. You must understand white. You said it is like this bird, crane. I examined it, is so soft. And now you say it is not soft. Then what it is? Oh, you try to understand it is like this bird. All right, he again tries, and he again tries. And he starts from the beak of this bird and examines the whole body. Ah, now I understand. It is crooked. Why it is crooked? Your milk pudding is crooked. For such people, the milk pudding will always remain crooked. Crooked.
Chapter 7. The Training of Wisdom. Neither Sila nor Samadhi is unique to the teaching of the Buddha. Both were well known and practiced before his enlightenment. In fact, while searching for the way to liberation, the future Buddha was trained in Samadhi by two teachers with whom he studied. In prescribing these trainings, the Buddha did not differ from the teachers of conventional religion. All religions insist on the necessity of moral behavior, and they also offer the possibility of attaining states of bliss, whether by prayer, by rituals, by fasting and other austerities, or by various forms of meditation. The goal of such practices is simply a state of deep mental absorption. This is the ecstasy experienced by religious mystics. Such concentration, even if not developed to the level of the trance states, is very helpful. It calms the mind by diverting attention from the situations in which one would otherwise react with craving and aversion. Counting slowly to 10 to prevent an outburst of anger is a rudimentary form of samadhi. Other, perhaps more obvious forms are repetition of a word or mantra, or concentration on a visual object. They all work. When the attention is diverted to a different object, the mind appears to become calm and peaceful. The calm achieved in this way, however, is not real liberation. Certainly the practice of concentration confers great benefits, but it works only at the conscious level of the mind. Nearly 25 centuries before the invention of modern psychology, the Buddha realized the existence of the unconscious mind, which he called the anusaya. Diverting the attention, he found, is a way to deal effectively with craving and aversion at the conscious level, but it does not actually eliminate them. Instead, it pushes them deep into the unconscious, where they remain as dangerous as ever, even though dormant. At the surface level of the mind, there may be a layer of peace and harmony, but in the depths is a sleeping volcano of suppressed negativity, which sooner or later will erupt violently. The Buddha said, "If the roots remain untouched and firm in the ground, a felled tree still puts forth new shoots. If the underlying habit of craving and aversion is not uprooted, suffering arises anew, over and over again." So long as conditioning remains in the unconscious mind, it will put forth fresh shoots at the first opportunity, causing suffering. For this reason, even after reaching the highest states attainable by the practice of concentration, the future Buddha was not satisfied that he had achieved liberation. He decided that he must continue his search for the way out of suffering and the path to happiness. He saw two choices. The first is the path of self-indulgence, of giving oneself free license to seek the satisfaction of all one's desires. This is the worldly path which most people follow, whether they realize it or not. But he saw clearly that it cannot lead to happiness. There is no one in the universe whose desires are always fulfilled, in whose life everything that is wished for happens, and nothing happens that is not wished. People who follow this path inevitably suffer when they fail to achieve their desires. That is, they suffer disappointment and dissatisfaction. But they suffer equally when they attain their desires. They suffer from the fear that the desired object will vanish, that the moment of gratification will prove transitory, as in fact it must. In seeking, in attaining, and in missing their desires, such people always remain agitated. The future Buddha had experienced this path himself before leaving worldly life to become a recluse, and therefore he knew that it cannot be the way to peace. The alternative is the path of self-restraint, of deliberately refraining from satisfying one's desires. In India 2,500 years ago, this path of self-denial was taken to the extreme of avoiding all pleasurable experiences and inflicting on oneself unpleasurable ones. The rationale for this self-punishment was that it would cure the habit of craving and aversion, and thereby purify the mind. The practice of such austerities is a phenomenon of religious life throughout the world. The future Buddha had experienced this path as well in the years following his adoption of the homeless life. He had tried different ascetic practices to the point that his body was reduced to skin and bones, but still he found that he was not liberated. Punishing the body does not purify the mind. Self-restraint need not be carried to such an extreme, however. One may practice it in more moderate form by abstaining from gratifying those desires that would involve unwholesome actions. This kind of self-control seems far preferable to self-indulgence, since in practicing it one would at least avoid immoral actions. But if self-restraint is achieved only by self-repression, it will increase the mental tensions to a dangerous degree. All the suppressed desires will accumulate like floodwater behind the dam of self-denial. One day the dam is bound to break and release a destructive flood. So long as conditioning remains in the mind, we cannot be secure or at peace. Sila, beneficial though it is, cannot be maintained by sheer force of will. Developing samadhi will help, but this is only a partial solution that will not work at the depths of the mind, where the roots of the problem lie, the roots of the impurities. So long as these roots remain buried in the unconscious, there can be no real lasting happiness, no liberation. But if the roots of conditioning themselves can be removed from the mind, then there will be no danger of indulgence in unwholesome actions, no necessity for self-repression, because the very impulse for performing unwholesome action will be gone. Freed of the tensions either of seeking or denying, one can live at peace. To remove the roots, a method is required with which we can penetrate to the depths of the mind in order to deal with the impurities where they begin. This method is what the Buddha found, the training of wisdom, or panya, which led him to enlightenment. It is also called Vipassana Bhavana, the development of insight into one's own nature, insight by means of which one may recognize and eliminate the causes of suffering. This was the discovery of the Buddha, what he practiced for his own liberation, and what he taught others throughout his life. This is the unique element in his teachings, to which he gave the highest importance. He repeatedly said, "If it is supported by morality, concentration is very fruitful, very beneficial. If it is supported by concentration, wisdom is very fruitful, very beneficial. If it is supported by wisdom, the mind becomes freed of all defilements." In themselves, morality and concentration, sila and samadhi, are valuable, but their real purpose is to lead to wisdom. It is only in developing panya that we find a true middle path between the extremes of self-indulgence and self-repression. By practicing morality, we avoid actions that cause the grossest forms of mental agitation. By concentrating the mind, we further calm it, and at the same time shape it into an effective tool with which to undertake the work of self-examination, but it is only by developing wisdom that we can penetrate into the reality within and free ourselves of all ignorance and attachments.
The Art of Living by William Hart is continued on Disc 3.
2 parts of the Noble Eightfold Path are included within the training of wisdom: right thought and right understanding. Right thought. It is not necessary for all thoughts to cease in meditation before one begins Vipassana Bhavana. Thoughts may still persist, but if awareness is sustained from moment to moment, that is sufficient to start the work. Thoughts may remain, but the nature of the thought pattern changes. Aversion and craving have been calmed down by awareness of breathing. The mind has become tranquil, at least at the conscious level, and has begun to think about Dhamma, about the way to emerge from suffering. The difficulties that arose on initiating awareness of respiration have now passed, or at least have been overcome to some extent. One is prepared for the next step, right understanding. It is right understanding that is real wisdom. Thinking about truth is not enough. We must realize truth ourselves. We must see things as they really are, not just as they appear to be. Apparent truth is a reality, but one that we must penetrate in order to experience the ultimate reality of ourselves and eliminate suffering. There are 3 kinds of wisdom: received wisdom, or Suttamaya Panya, intellectual wisdom, or Chintamaya Panya, and experiential wisdom, or Bhavanamaya Panya. The literal meaning of the phrase Suttamaya Panya is heard wisdom, wisdom learned from others, by reading books or listening to sermons or lectures, for example. This is another person's wisdom, which one decides to adopt as one's own. The acceptance may be out of ignorance. For example, people who have grown up in a community with a certain ideology, a system of beliefs, religious or otherwise, may accept without questioning the ideology of the community. Or the acceptance may be out of craving. Leaders of the community may declare that accepting the established ideology, the traditional beliefs, will guarantee a wonderful future. Perhaps they claim that all believers will attain heaven after death. Naturally, the bliss of heaven is very attractive, and so willingly one accepts. Or the acceptance may be out of fear. Leaders may see that people have doubts and questions about the ideology of the community, so they warn them to conform to the commonly held beliefs, threatening them with terrible punishment in the future if they do not conform, perhaps claiming that all unbelievers will go to hell after death. Naturally, people do not want to go to hell, so they swallow their doubts and adopt the beliefs of the community. Whether it is accepted out of blind faith, out of craving, or out of fear, received wisdom is not one's own wisdom, not something experienced for oneself. It is borrowed wisdom. The second type of wisdom is intellectual understanding. After reading or hearing a certain teaching, one considers it and examines whether it is really rational, beneficial, and practical. And if it is satisfying at the intellectual level, one accepts it as true. Still, this is not one's own insight, but only an intellectualization of the wisdom one has heard. The third type of wisdom is that which arises out of one's own experience, out of personal realization of truth. This is the wisdom that one lives, real wisdom that will bring about a change in one's life by changing the very nature of the mind. In worldly matters, experiential wisdom may not always be necessary or advisable. It is sufficient to accept the warnings of others that fire is dangerous, or to confirm the fact by deductive reasoning. It is foolhardy to insist on plunging oneself into fire before accepting that it burns. In Dhamma, however, the wisdom that comes of experience is essential, since only this enables us to become free from conditioning. Wisdom acquired through listening to others and wisdom acquired through intellectual investigation are helpful if they inspire and guide us to advance to the third type of panya, experiential wisdom. But if we remain satisfied simply to accept received wisdom without questioning, it becomes a form of bondage, a barrier to the attainment of experiential understanding. By the same token, if we remain content merely to contemplate truth, to investigate and understand it intellectually, but make no effort to experience it directly, then all our intellectual understanding becomes a bondage instead of an aid to liberation. Each one of us must live truth by direct experience, by the practice of bhavana. Only this living experience will liberate the mind. No one else's realization of truth will liberate us. Even the enlightenment of the Buddha could liberate only one person, Siddhartha Gautama. At most, someone else's realization can act as an inspiration for others, offering guidelines for them to follow. But ultimately, we each must do the work ourselves. As the Buddha said, "You have to do your own work. Those who have reached the goal will only show the way." Truth can be lived, can be experienced directly, only within oneself. Whatever is outside is always at a distance from us. Only within can we have actual, direct, living experience of reality. Of the three types of wisdom, the first two are not peculiar to the teaching of the Buddha. Both existed in India before him, and even in his own time, there were those who claimed to teach whatever he taught. The unique contribution of the Buddha to the world was a way to realize truth personally, and thus to develop experiential wisdom, bhavanamaya panya. This way to achieve direct realization of truth is the technique of Vipassana bhavana. Vipassana is often described as being a flash of insight, a sudden intuition of truth. The description is correct, but in fact there is a step-by-step method which meditators can use to advance to the point that they are capable of such intuition. This method is Vipassana bhavana, the development of insight, commonly called Vipassana meditation. The word pasana means seeing, the ordinary sort of vision that we have with open eyes. Vipassana means a special kind of vision, observation of the reality within oneself. This is achieved by taking as the object of attention one's own physical sensations. The technique is the systematic and dispassionate observation of sensations within oneself. This observation unfolds the entire reality of mind and body. Why sensation? First, because it is by sensations that we experience reality directly. Unless something comes into contact with the 5 physical senses or the mind, it does not exist for us. These are the gates through which we encounter the world, the bases for all experience. And whenever anything comes into contact with the 6 sensory bases, a sensation occurs. The Buddha described the process as follows. If someone takes two sticks and rubs one against the other, then from the friction heat is generated, a spark is produced. In the same way, as the result of a contact to be experienced as pleasant, a pleasant sensation arises. As the result of a contact to be experienced as unpleasant, an unpleasant sensation arises. As a result of a contact to be experienced as neutral, a neutral sensation arises. The contact of an object with mind or body produces a spark of sensation. Thus sensation is the link through which we experience the world with all its phenomena, physical and mental. In order to develop experiential wisdom, we must become aware of what we actually experience. That is, we must develop awareness of sensations. Further, physical sensations are closely related to the mind, and like the breath, they offer a reflection of the present mental state. When mental objects, thoughts, ideas, imaginations, emotions, memories, hopes, fears, come into contact with the mind, sensations arise. Every thought, every emotion, every mental action is accompanied by a corresponding sensation within the body. Therefore, by observing the physical sensations, we also observe the mind. Sensation is indispensable in order to explore truth to the depths. Whatever we encounter in the world will evoke a sensation within the body. Sensation is the crossroads where mind and body meet. Although physical in nature, it is also one of the four mental processes. It arises within the body and is felt by the mind. In a dead body or inanimate matter, there can be no sensation because mind is not present. If we are unaware of this experience, our investigation of reality remains incomplete and superficial. Just as to rid a garden of weeds, one must be aware of the hidden roots and their vital function. Similarly, we must be aware of sensations, most of which usually remain hidden to us, if we are to understand our nature and deal with it properly. Sensations occur at all times throughout the body. Every contact, mental or physical, produces a sensation. Every biochemical reaction gives rise to sensation. In ordinary life, the conscious mind lacks the focus necessary to be aware of all but the most intense of them. But once we have sharpened the mind by the practice of Anapanasati, and thus developed the faculty of awareness, we become capable of experiencing consciously the reality of every sensation within. In the practice of awareness of respiration, the effort is to observe natural breathing without controlling or regulating it. Similarly, in the practice of Vipassana Bhavana, we simply observe bodily sensations. We move attention systematically throughout the physical structure, from head to feet and feet to head, from one extremity to the other. But while doing so, we do not search for a particular type of sensation, nor try to avoid sensations of another type. The effort is only to observe objectively, to be aware of whatever sensations manifest themselves throughout the body. They may be of any type: heat, cold, heaviness, lightness, itching, throbbing, contraction, expansion, pressure, pain, tingling, pulsation, vibration, or anything else. The meditator does not search for anything extraordinary, but tries merely to observe ordinary physical sensations as they naturally occur. Nor is any effort made to discover the cause of a sensation. It may arise from atmospheric conditions, because of the posture in which one sits, because of the effects of an old disease or weakness in the body, or even because of the food one has eaten. The reason is unimportant and beyond one's concern. The important thing is to be aware of the sensation that occurs at this moment in the part of the body where the attention is focused. When we first begin this practice, we may be able to perceive sensations in some parts of the body and not in others. The faculty of awareness is not yet fully developed, so we only experience the intense sensations and not the finer, subtler ones. However, we continue giving attention to every part of the body in turn, moving the focus of awareness in systematic order, without allowing the attention to be drawn unduly by the more prominent sensations. Having practiced the training of concentration, we have developed the ability to fix the attention on an object of conscious choosing. Now we use this ability to move awareness to every part of the body in an orderly progression, neither jumping past a part where sensation is unclear to another part where it is prominent, nor lingering over some sensations, nor trying to avoid others. In this way, we gradually reach the point where we can experience sensations in every part of the body. When one begins the practice of awareness of respiration, the breathing often will be rather heavy and irregular. Then it gradually calms and becomes progressively lighter, finer, subtler. Similarly, when beginning the practice of Vipassana Bhavana, one often experiences gross, intense, unpleasant sensations that seem to last for a long time. At the same time, strong emotions or long-forgotten thoughts and memories may arise, bringing with them mental or physical discomfort, even pain. The hindrances of craving, aversion, sluggishness, agitation, and doubt, which impeded one's progress during the practice of awareness of breathing, may now reappear and gain such strength that it is altogether impossible to maintain the awareness of sensation. Faced with this situation, one has no alternative but to revert to the practice of awareness of respiration in order once again to calm and sharpen the mind. Patiently, without any feeling of defeat, as meditators we work to re-establish concentration, understanding that all these difficulties are actually the results of our initial success. Some deeply buried conditioning has been stirred up and has started to appear at the conscious level. Gradually, with sustained effort but without any tension, the mind regains tranquility and one-pointedness. The strong thoughts or emotions pass away, and one can return to the awareness of sensations. And with repeated, continuous practice, the intense sensations tend to dissolve into more uniform, subtler ones, and finally into mere vibrations, arising and falling with great rapidity. But whether the sensations are pleasant or unpleasant, intense or subtle, uniform or varied, is irrelevant in meditation. The task is simply to observe objectively. Whatever the discomforts of the unpleasant sensations, whatever the attractions of the pleasant ones, we do not stop our work, do not allow ourselves to become distracted or caught up in any sensation. Our job is merely to observe ourselves with the same detachment as a scientist observing in a laboratory. As we persevere in meditation, we soon realize one basic fact. Our sensations are constantly changing. Every moment, in every part of the body, a sensation arises, and every sensation is an indication of a change. Every moment changes occur in every part of the body, electromagnetic and biochemical reactions. Every moment, even more rapidly, the mental processes change and are manifested in physical changes. This is the reality of mind and matter. It is changing and impermanent, anicca. Every moment, the subatomic particles of which the body is composed arise and pass away. Every moment, the mental functions appear and disappear, one after another. Everything inside oneself, physical and mental, just as in the world outside, is changing every moment. Previously, we may have known that this was true. We may have understood it intellectually. Now, however, by the practice of Vipassana Bhavana, we experience the reality of impermanence directly, within the framework of the body. The direct experience of the transitory sensations proves to us our ephemeral nature. Every particle of the body, every process of the mind is in a state of constant flux. There is nothing that remains beyond a single moment, no hard core to which one can cling, nothing that one can call I or mine. This I is really just a combination of processes that are always changing. Thus the meditator comes to understand another basic reality, anatta. There is no real I, no permanent self or ego. The ego to which one is so devoted is an illusion created by the combination of mental and physical processes in constant flux. Having explored body and mind to the deepest level, one sees that there is no immutable core, no essence that remains independent of the processes, nothing that is exempt from the law of impermanence. There is only an impersonal phenomenon, changing beyond one's control. Then another reality becomes clear. Any effort to hold on to something, saying, "This is I, this is me, this is mine," is bound to make one unhappy, because sooner or later this something to which one clings passes away, or else this I passes away. Attachment to what is impermanent, transitory, illusory, and beyond one's control is suffering, dukkha. We understand all this not because someone tells us it is so, but because we experience it within, by observing sensations within the body. Then how is one not to make oneself unhappy? How is one to live without suffering? By simply observing without reacting. Instead of trying to keep one experience and to avoid another, to pull this close, to push that away, one simply examines every phenomenon objectively, with equanimity, with a balanced mind. This sounds simple enough, but what are we to do when we sit to meditate for an hour and after 10 minutes feel a pain in the knee? At once we start hating the pain, wanting the pain to go away. But it does not go away. Instead, the more we hate it, the stronger it becomes. The physical pain becomes a mental pain, causing great anguish. If we can learn for one moment just to observe the physical pain, if even temporarily we can emerge from the illusion that it is our pain, that we feel pain, if we can examine the sensation objectively, like a doctor examining someone else's pain, then we see that the pain itself is changing. It does not remain forever. Every moment it changes, passes away, starts again, changes again. When we understand this by personal experience, we find that the pain can no longer overwhelm and control us. Perhaps it goes away quickly, perhaps not. But it does not matter. We do not suffer from the pain anymore because we can observe it with detachment. By developing awareness and equanimity, one can liberate oneself from suffering. Suffering begins because of ignorance of one's own reality. In the darkness of this ignorance, the mind reacts to every sensation with liking and disliking, craving and aversion. Every such reaction creates suffering now and sets in motion a chain of events that will bring nothing but suffering in the future. How can this chain of cause and effect be broken? Somehow, because of past actions taken in ignorance, life has begun, the flow of mind and matter has started. Should one then commit suicide? No, that will not solve the problem. At the moment of killing oneself, the mind is full of misery, full of aversion. Whatever comes next will also be full of misery. Such an action cannot lead to happiness. Life has started, and one cannot escape from it. Then should one destroy the 6 bases of sensory experience? One could pluck out the eyes, cut out the tongue, destroy the nose and ears. But how could one destroy the body? How could one destroy the mind? Again it would be suicide, which is useless. Should one destroy the objects of each of the 6 bases, all the sights and sounds and so on? This is not possible. The universe is full of countless objects. One could never destroy them all. Once the 6 sensory bases exist, it is impossible to prevent their contact with their respective objects. And as soon as a contact occurs, there is bound to be a sensation. This is the point at which the chain can be broken. The crucial link occurs at the point of sensation. Every sensation gives rise to liking or disliking. These momentary unconscious reactions of liking and disliking are immediately multiplied and intensified into great craving and aversion, into attachment, producing misery now and in the future. This becomes a blind habit which one repeats mechanically. By the practice of Vipassana Bhavana, however, we develop awareness of every sensation, and we develop equanimity. We do not react. We examine the sensation dispassionately, without liking or disliking it, without craving, aversion, or attachment. Instead of giving rise to fresh reactions, every sensation now gives rise to nothing but wisdom, panya, insight. This is impermanent, bound to change, arising to pass away. The chain has been broken. Suffering has been stopped. There is no fresh reaction of craving or aversion, and therefore no cause from which sufferings can arise. The cause of suffering is the kamma, the mental deed, that is, the blind reaction of craving and aversion, the sankhara. When the mind is aware of sensation but maintains equanimity, there is no such reaction, no cause that will produce suffering. We have stopped making suffering for ourselves. The Buddha said, "All sankharas are impermanent. When you perceive this with true insight, then you become detached from suffering. This is the path of purification." Here the word sankhara has a very wide meaning. A blind reaction of the mind is called sankhara, but the result of that action, its fruit, is also known as sankhara, like seed, like fruit. Everything that we encounter in life is ultimately the result of our own mental actions. Therefore, in the widest sense, sankhara means anything in this conditioned world, whatever has been created, formed, composed. Hence, all created things are impermanent, whether mental or physical, everything in the universe. When one observes this truth with experiential wisdom through the practice of Vipassana Bhavana, then suffering disappears, because one turns away from the causes of suffering. That is, one gives up the habit of craving and aversion. This is the path of liberation. The entire effort is to learn how not to react, how not to produce a new sankhara. A sensation appears, and liking or disliking begins. This fleeting moment, if we are unaware of it, is repeated and intensified into craving and aversion, becoming a strong emotion that eventually overpowers the conscious mind. We become caught up in the emotion, and all our better judgment is swept aside. The result is that we find ourselves engaged in unwholesome speech and action, harming ourselves and others. We create misery for ourselves, suffering now and in the future, because of one moment of blind reaction. But if we are aware at the point where the process of reaction begins, that is, if we are aware of the sensation, we can choose not to allow any reaction to occur or to intensify. We observe the sensation without reacting, neither liking nor disliking it. It has no chance to develop into craving or aversion, into powerful emotion that can overwhelm us. It simply arises and passes away. The mind remains balanced, peaceful. We are happy now, and we can anticipate happiness in the future, because we have not reacted. This ability not to react is very valuable. When we are aware of the sensations within the body and at the same time maintain equanimity, in those moments the mind is free. Perhaps at first these may be only a few moments in a meditation period, and the rest of the time the mind remains submerged in the old habit of reaction to sensations, the old round of craving, aversion, and misery. But with repeated practice, those few brief moments will become seconds, will become minutes, until finally the old habit of reaction is broken and the mind remains continuously at peace. This is how suffering can be stopped. This is how we can cease producing misery for ourselves.
There's again a story in our country. A very rich person died in old age, and he had two sons. For some time they continued in joint family, but after that they decided to part, and the entire property was partitioned, divided. 50-50, the entire property was divided. When the division was over, somebody found a small packet which had kept secretly by the father. They took it out and opened it, and they found there were two rings in it. One ring studded with a very valuable diamond, and the other ring ordinary silver ring. The elder brother developed some greed, and he started explaining the younger one, to me it looks, this is not the earning of our father. This is perhaps coming from forefathers. It is coming from generations, so it should be maintained for generations. I better keep it so that it will be maintained for generations. You better keep the silver one. The younger brother smiled, all right, be happy with the diamond ring. I'll be happy with the silver ring. And both of them started their life, having the rings on their little fingers. The elder brother with this diamond ring, ups and downs are coming in the life. When spring comes in the life, he becomes so highly elated, loses the balance of the mind. When autumn comes or winter comes, he feels so depressed, loses the balance of the mind. Tensions, hypertensions, no sleeps, sleeping pills, tranquilizers, stronger tranquilizers, and he reached to the stage where we had to take electric shocks. And the younger brother, with this silver ring, he started examining this ring. My father kept secured this valuable diamond ring, is understandable. Why he kept separate this ordinary silver ring? When he examined, he found that some words are inscribed on it. What words? And he read. It was written, this will also change. Oh, this is the advice of my father. This will also change. Spring comes. He doesn't run away from that. He enjoys it. enjoys it, understanding this will also change. Anicca, anicca. When the spring goes away, he smiles. I knew this was going to change, it is gone, so what? Doesn't lose the balance of the mind. And when autumn comes or winter comes, again this will also change, does not lose the balance of the mind. In every situation, all the ups and downs of the life, all the vicissitudes of the life, this will also change, this will also change. Maintains perfect equanimity. If this equanimity has started coming in the life even little by little, then yes, your panya is real panya, right panya.
Chapter 8. Awareness and Equanimity. Awareness and equanimity. This is Vipassana meditation. When practiced together, they lead to liberation from suffering. If either is weak or lacking, it is not possible to progress on the path toward that goal. Both are essential, just as a bird requires 2 wings to fly, or a cart needs 2 wheels to move. And they must be equally strong. If one wing of a bird is weak and the other powerful, it cannot fly properly. If one wheel of a cart is small and the other large, it will keep going around in circles. The meditator must develop both awareness and equanimity together in order to advance along the path. We must become aware of the totality of mind and matter in their subtlest nature. For this purpose, it is not enough merely to be mindful of superficial aspects of body and mind, such as physical movements or thoughts. We must develop awareness of sensations throughout the body and maintain equanimity toward them. If we are aware but lack equanimity, then the more conscious we become of the sensations within and the more sensitive we become to them, the more likely we are to react, thereby increasing suffering. On the other hand, if we have equanimity but know nothing about the sensations within, then this equanimity is only superficial, concealing reactions that are constantly going on unknown in the depths of the mind. Thus we seek to develop both awareness and equanimity at the deepest level. We seek to be conscious of everything that happens within, and at the same time not to react to it, understanding that it will change. This is true wisdom, the understanding of one's own nature, an understanding achieved by direct experience of truth deep within oneself. This is what the Buddha called Yatabhut Jnana Dasana, the wisdom that arises on observing reality as it is. With this wisdom, one can emerge from suffering. Every sensation that occurs will give rise only to the understanding of impermanence. All reactions cease, all sankharas of craving and aversion. By learning how to observe reality objectively, one stops creating suffering for oneself. Remaining aware and balanced is the way to stop producing new reactions, new sources of misery. But there is another dimension to our suffering which must also be dealt with. By ceasing to react from this moment forward, we may create no further cause of misery, but each one of us has a stock of conditioning, the sum total of our past reactions. Even if we add nothing new to the stock, the accumulated old sankharas will still cause us suffering. The word sankhara may be translated as formation, both the act of forming and that which is formed. Every reaction is the last step, the result in a sequence of mental processes, but it can also be the first step, the cause in a new mental sequence. Every sankhara is both conditioned by the processes leading to it and also conditions the processes that follow. The conditioning operates by influencing the second of the mental functions, perception. Consciousness is basically undifferentiating, non-discriminating. Its purpose is merely to register that contact has occurred in mind or body. Perception, however, is discriminative. It draws on the store of past experiences in order to evaluate and categorize any new phenomenon. The past reactions become the points of reference by which we seek to understand a new experience. We judge and classify it in accordance with our past sankharas. In this way, the old reactions of craving and aversion influence our perception of the present. Instead of seeing reality, we see as through a glass darkly. Our perception of the world outside and of the world within is distorted and blurred by our past conditioning, our preferences and prejudices. In accordance with the distorted perception, an essentially neutral sensation immediately becomes pleasant or unpleasant. To this sensation, we again react, creating fresh conditioning which distorts our perceptions further. In this way, each reaction becomes the cause of future reactions, all conditioned by the past and conditioning the future in turn. The dual function of sankhara is shown in the chain of conditioned arising. The second link in the chain is sankhara, which is the immediate precondition for the arising of consciousness, the first of the four mental processes. However, sankhara is also last in the series of processes following consciousness, perception, and sensation. In this form, it reappears later in the chain after sensation, as the reaction of craving and aversion. Craving or aversion develop into attachment, which becomes the impetus for a new phase of mental and physical activity. Thus the process feeds on itself. Every sankhara unleashes a chain of events that result in a new sankhara, which unleashes a fresh chain of events in an endless repetition, a vicious circle. Every time that we react, we reinforce the mental habit of reaction. Every time that we develop craving or aversion, we strengthen the tendency of the mind to continue generating them. Once the mental pattern is established, we are caught in it. For example, a man prevents someone from attaining a desired object. The thwarted person believes that man is very bad and dislikes him. The belief is based not on a consideration of the man's character, but only on the fact that he has frustrated the second person's desires. This belief is deeply impressed in the unconscious mind of the thwarted person. Every subsequent contact with that man is colored by it and gives rise to unpleasant sensation, which produces fresh aversion, which strengthens further the image. Even if the two meet after an interval of 20 years, the person who was thwarted long ago immediately thinks of that man as very bad and again feels dislike. The character of the first man may have changed totally in 20 years, but the second one judges him using the criterion of past experience. The reaction is not to the man himself, but to a belief about him based on the original blind reaction, and therefore biased. In another case, a man helps someone to achieve a desired object. The person who received assistance believes that man is very good and likes him. The belief is based only on the fact that the man has helped to satisfy the second person's desires, not on careful consideration of his character. The positive belief is recorded in the unconscious and colors any subsequent contact with that man, giving rise to pleasant sensation, which results in stronger liking, which further strengthens the belief. No matter how many years pass before the two meet again, the same pattern repeats itself with each fresh contact. The second person reacts not to the man himself, but only to his belief about him, based on the original blind reaction. In this way, a sankhara can give rise to fresh reaction, both immediately and in the distant future. And each subsequent reaction becomes the cause of still further reactions, which are bound to bring nothing but more misery. This is the process of repetition of reactions, of suffering. We assume that we are dealing with external reality, when actually we are reacting to our sensations, which are conditioned by our perceptions, which are conditioned by our reactions. Even if from this moment we stop generating new sankharas, still we have to reckon with the accumulated past ones. Because of this old stock, a tendency to react will remain, and at any time may assert itself, generating new misery for us. So long as this old conditioning persists, we are not entirely free of suffering. How can one eradicate the old reactions? To find the answer to this question, it is necessary to understand more deeply the process of Vipassana meditation. In practicing Vipassana, our task is simply to observe sensations throughout the body. The cause of any particular sensation is beyond our concern. It is sufficient to understand that every sensation is an indication of an internal change. The change may be either mental or physical in origin. Mind and body function interdependently and often cannot be differentiated. Whatever occurs at one level is likely to be reflected at the other. At the physical level, the body is composed of subatomic particles, kalapas, which every moment arise and pass away with great rapidity. As they do so, they manifest in an infinite variety of combinations the basic qualities of matter, mass, cohesion, temperature, and movement, producing within us the entire range of sensations. There are 4 possible causes for the arising of kalapas. The first is the food we eat. The second is the environment in which we live. But whatever occurs in the mind has an effect on the body and can be responsible for the arising of kalapas. Hence, particles may also arise because of a mental reaction occurring at the present moment, or because of a past reaction which influences the present mental state. In order to function, the body requires food. If one stops feeding the body, however, it will not collapse at once. It can continue to support itself, if necessary, for weeks, by consuming the energy stored in its tissues. When all the stored energy is consumed, at last the body will collapse and die. The physical flow comes to an end. In the same way, the mind requires activity in order to maintain the flow of consciousness. This mental activity is sankhara. According to the chain of conditioned arising, consciousness originates from reaction. Each mental reaction is responsible for giving impetus to the flow of consciousness. And while the body requires food only at intervals throughout the day, the mind requires constant fresh stimulation. Without it, the flow of consciousness cannot continue even for an instant. For example, at a given moment one generates aversion in the mind. In the next moment, the consciousness that arises is the product of this aversion, and so on moment after moment. One keeps repeating the reaction of aversion from one moment to the next, and keeps giving new input to the mind. By practicing Vipassana, however, the meditator learns not to react. At a given moment he creates no sankhara, he gives no fresh stimulation to the mind. What happens then to the psychic flow? It does not stop at once. Instead, one or another of the accumulated past reactions will come to the surface of the mind in order to sustain the flow. a past conditioned response will arise, and from this base consciousness continues for another moment. The conditioning will appear at the physical level by causing a particular type of kalapa to arise, which one then experiences as sensation within the body. Perhaps a past sankhara of aversion arises, manifesting itself as particles which one experiences as an unpleasant burning sensation within the body. If one reacts to that sensation with disliking, fresh aversion is created. One has started giving fresh input to the flow of consciousness, and there is no opportunity for another of the stock of past reactions to rise to the conscious level. However, if an unpleasant sensation occurs and one does not react, then no new sankharas are created. The sankhara that has arisen from the old stock passes away. In the next moment, another past sankhara arises as sensation. Again, if one does not react, it passes away. In this way, by maintaining equanimity, we allow accumulated past reactions to arise at the surface of the mind, one after another, manifesting themselves as sensations. Gradually, by maintaining awareness and equanimity toward sensation, we eradicate the past conditioning. So long as conditioning of aversion remains, the tendency of the unconscious mind will be to react with aversion when facing any unpleasant experience in life. So long as conditioning of craving remains, the mind will tend to react with craving in any pleasant situation. Vipassana works by eroding these conditioned responses. As we practice, we keep encountering pleasant and unpleasant sensations. By observing every sensation with equanimity, we gradually weaken and destroy the tendencies of craving and aversion. When the conditioned responses of a certain type are eradicated, one is free of that type of suffering. And when all conditioned responses have been eradicated one after another, the mind is totally liberated. One who well understood this process said, "Impermanent truly are conditioned things, having the nature of arising and passing away. If they arise and are extinguished, their eradication brings true happiness." Every sankhara arises and passes away, only in the next moment to arise again in endless repetition. If we develop wisdom and start observing objectively, the repetition stops and eradication begins. Layer after layer, the old sankharas will arise and be eradicated, provided we do not react. As much as the sankharas are eradicated, that much happiness we enjoy, the happiness of freedom from suffering. If all the past sankharas are eradicated, we enjoy the limitless happiness of full liberation. Vipassana meditation, therefore, is a kind of fasting of the spirit in order to eliminate past conditioning. Every moment for the whole of our lives, we have generated reactions. Now, by remaining aware and balanced, we achieve a few moments in which we do not react, do not generate any sankhara. Those few moments, no matter how brief, are very powerful. They set in motion the reverse process, the process of purification. To trigger this process, we must literally do nothing. That is, we must simply refrain from any fresh reaction. Whatever might be the cause of the sensations we experience, we observe them with equanimity. The very act of generating awareness and equanimity will automatically eliminate old reactions, just as lighting a lamp will dispel the darkness from a room. The Buddha once told a story about a man who had made great gifts of charity. But in concluding, the Buddha commented, even if he had performed the greatest charity, it would have been still more fruitful for him to take refuge with an accepting heart in the Enlightened One, in the Dhamma, and in all saintly persons. And had he done so, it would have been still more fruitful for him to undertake with an accepting heart the 5 precepts. And had he done so, it would have been still more fruitful for him to cultivate goodwill toward all, just for the time it takes to milk a cow. And had he done all of these, it would have been still more fruitful for him to develop the awareness of impermanence, just for the time it takes to snap one's fingers. Perhaps the meditator is aware of the reality of sensations in the body only for a single moment, and does not react because he understands their transient nature. Even this brief moment will have a powerful effect. With patient, repeated, continuous practice, those few moments of equanimity will increase, and the moments of reaction will decrease. Gradually, the mental habit of reacting will be broken, and the old conditioning eradicated, until the time comes when the mind is freed of all reactions, past and present, liberated from all suffering.
People understand it in different ways. A research scientist from your country came in contact with my teacher, Siaji Uba Khin. A common friend of ours, my friend here in America, told him, because he passed through a course in Burma and he found it so helpful, and the nature of Dhamma is such a hipassiko, he could not resist. So he started talking to his friends. And this research scientist was his friend. And he told, there is a technique going on in Burma which is so good, it purifies the mind, the whole pattern of the life changes, one starts living so peacefully, so harmoniously. So this research scientist, he came to Burma. Let me try, if there is such a technique, it will be good for me. And he came, discussed with my teacher, discussed the whole technique, and found it good. It is worth trying. I will try. And my teacher found him a deserving case, so he said, 10 days not enough for you, you have come all the way so far, better take 1 month course. And he agreed, all right, I have come with 1 month holiday, I will take 1 month course. So 1 month course, 10 days Anapana, 20 days Vipassana. When Vipassana was given, lot of reaction in this person. We found he starts jumping from his seat, sometimes 6 inches from the seat. Lot of reaction on the body. One occasion my teacher asked me just to examine, just to see what he is doing, and through the lures of the cell I saw, and I found him standing on his shoulder and shivering, as if some ghost has overpowered him. What's happening? And my teacher just smiled, good, impurity is coming out, let them come out. After some time they all passed away. And then later on, of course, we came to know that he was a research scientist, a very senior research scientist in a spacecraft industry, and he had designed an intercontinental missile with a nuclear head. Somebody produces a nuclear arm which will kill thousands upon thousands of people, which will generate such a hellfire. What kind of sankhara that will be? So, such sankhara, if gives this kind of reaction, understandable. After some days, one day my teacher said, good that you are out of all sankharas, at least these gross sankharas. It's very good for you. These sensations helped to take out sankharas from the depth of your mind. He said, no sir, don't say like this. This will become an outer suggestion for me. How can I accept that these sensations take out my sankharas or my impurities? What mental impurities have got to do with these body sensations? I cannot understand. I am a scientist and a research scientist, research scholar. I cannot accept just by suggestions being given by somebody. My teacher was very happy. He laughed, wonderful. I want such students. Nobody should accept blindly whatever the teacher says. Buddha also had the same way of teaching. Whenever he taught something, say he will give a sermon that if you practice this, you will get this benefit, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then someone, with all respect, with folded hands, he will say, sir, I accept 1, 2, 3 because I have experienced, but 4 and 5, how can I accept because I have not experienced? And Buddha will say, sadhu, 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 wonderful. Don't accept. Don't accept just because a Buddha says so. Don't accept just because a teacher says so. Don't accept because a scripture says so. Experience yourself and accept. When you experience yourself, you take benefit of it. Otherwise, it's just an intellectual game. So my teacher also said, wonderful. You experience. But you must work exactly as I ask you work, then the result will be wonderful. And he said, I am a research scholar. I will work exactly as you ask me to work. And he continued. 1 month was over. And he felt much lighter, much happier. But he still says, I cannot understand what these sensations have got to do. These body sensations and mental impurities, how they are connected. And he went back. And from there he wrote a letter after some time saying that a big change has come in my life. I am out of alcohol and things like this. There was big tension in my life. There was strain in the office dealing with the people. Now I find the atmosphere around me, in my family as well as in the office, has become so cordial. If one becomes peaceful inside, the atmosphere outside also becomes peaceful. If one develops harmony inside, the outside atmosphere also becomes harmonious. But he says, still I cannot understand what those sensations have to do. How impurities go away by these sensations. So after 2 or 3 years, I think he came back again. And this time my teacher said, you have to take a 1.5 month course. 1.5 month course. The old tradition a few decades back was to take courses of 7 weeks. But then with this new age coming, with very fast life, people cannot find time for 7 weeks. If my teacher had asked me to come for 7 weeks, perhaps I would have missed the whole technique for the whole life. And they reduced it to 1 month, and they found, yes, people still get something. They reduced it to 20 days, they get something. 15 days, says something. 10 days, yes, something, very slight. And less than 10 days, oh no. So they made a rule that no Vipassana course should be given less than 10 days. People should get some benefit at least. But, of course, if one works for a longer period, one can grasp the technique thoroughly. So 6 weeks, 1.5 months. And he agreed. 15 days Anapana and 1 month Vipassana. He worked very thoroughly. He was a very sincere person, worked very hard, and went back home. And after that he writes a long letter. Now I understand what these sensations have got to do and how they purify. He is a renowned metallurgist, and he says that in my profession we keep on purifying the metal, and certain metals we don't accept them fully purified if they contain even one foreign molecule out of 1 billion. In 1 billion molecules, if there is one foreign molecule, still it is not taken as pure. So how to take that 1 out of billion? Majority of the impurity is taken away by melting the metal and then taking out. But then this very tiny particle, like 1 in a billion, then he explains in his own way, because he understood in that way. We melt this metal in the form of a rod, and then a ring passes over it of the same metal in a particular way, by which some magnetism is developed, and even if there is one particle, one foreign particle in a billion, invisibly it will go out. Oh, this is what was invented by Buddha. This ring of pure consciousness, as it moves from head to feet. This ring of pure consciousness, if this ring is not pure, if this ring of consciousness has got craving or aversion, then it can't purify. Because it is free from craving and aversion, all the craving and aversion is taken away. That is his way of understanding.
Chapter 9. The Goal. Whatever has the nature of arising also has the nature of cessation. The experience of this reality is the essence of the teaching of the Buddha. Mind and body are merely a bundle of processes that are constantly arising and passing away. Our suffering arises when we develop attachment to the processes, to what is in fact ephemeral and insubstantial. If we can realize directly the impermanent nature of these processes, our attachment to them passes away. This is the task that meditators undertake, to understand their own transient natures by observing the ever-changing sensations within. Whenever a sensation occurs, they do not react, but allow it to arise and to pass away. By doing so, they allow the old conditioning of the mind to come to the surface and pass away. When conditioning and attachment cease, suffering ceases, and we experience liberation. It is a long task, requiring continual application. Benefits appear at every step along the way, but to attain them requires repeated effort. Only by working patiently, persistently, and continuously can the meditator advance toward the goal. There are 3 stages in one's progress on the path. The first is simply learning about the technique, how it is done and why. The second is putting it into practice. The third is penetration, using the technique in order to pierce to the depths of one's reality, and thereby to progress toward the final goal. The Buddha did not deny the existence of the apparent world of shapes and forms, of colors, tastes, and smells, of pains and pleasures, of thoughts and emotions, of beings, oneself and others. He stated merely that this is not the ultimate reality. With ordinary vision, we perceive only the large-scale patterns into which more subtle phenomena organize themselves. Seeing only the patterns and not the underlying components, we are aware primarily of their differences, and therefore we draw distinctions, assign labels, form preferences and prejudices, and commence liking and disliking, the process that develops into craving and aversion. In order to emerge from the habit of craving and aversion, it is necessary not only to have an overall vision, but to see things in depth, to perceive the underlying phenomena that compose apparent reality. This is precisely what the practice of Vipassana meditation allows us to do. Any self-examination naturally begins with the most obvious aspects of ourselves, the different parts of the body, the various limbs and organs. Closer inspection will reveal that some parts of the body are solid, others are liquid, others are in motion or at rest. Perhaps we perceive the bodily temperature as distinct from the temperature of the surrounding atmosphere. All these observations may help to develop greater self-awareness, but they are still the result of examining apparent reality in a composed shape or form. Therefore, distinctions persist, preferences and prejudices, craving and aversion. As meditators, we go further by practicing awareness of sensations within. These certainly reveal a subtler reality of which we were previously ignorant. At first, we are aware of different types of sensations in different parts of the body, sensations that seem to arise, to remain for some time, and eventually to pass away. Although we have advanced beyond the superficial level, we are still observing the integrated patterns of apparent reality. For this reason, we are not yet free from discriminations, from craving and aversion. If we continue practicing diligently, Sooner or later we arrive at a stage where the nature of the sensations changes. Now we are aware of a uniform type of subtle sensations throughout the body, arising and passing away with great rapidity. We have penetrated beyond the integrated patterns to perceive the underlying phenomena of which they are composed, the subatomic particles of which all matter is constituted. We experience directly the ephemeral nature of these particles, continually arising and vanishing. Now, whatever we observe within, whether blood or bone, solid, liquid, or gaseous, whether ugly or beautiful, we perceive only as a mass of vibrations that cannot be differentiated. At last, the process of drawing distinctions and assigning labels ceases. We have experienced within the framework of our own bodies the ultimate truth about matter, that it is constantly in flux, arising and passing away. Similarly, the apparent reality of mental processes may be penetrated to a subtler level. For example, a moment of liking or disliking occurs based on one's past conditioning. Next moment, the mind repeats the reaction of liking or disliking and reinforces it moment after moment until it develops into craving or aversion. We are aware only of the intensified reaction. With this superficial perception, we begin to identify and discriminate between pleasant and unpleasant, good and bad, wanted and unwanted. But just as in the case of apparent material reality, so with intensified emotion. When we start to observe it by observing sensations within, it is bound to dissolve. As matter is nothing but subtle wavelets of subatomic particles, so strong emotion is merely the consolidated form of momentary likings and dislikings, momentary reactions to sensations. Once strong emotion dissolves into its subtler form, it no longer has any power to overwhelm. From observing different consolidated sensations in different parts of the body, we proceed to awareness of subtler sensations of uniform nature, arising and vanishing constantly throughout the physical structure. Because of the great rapidity with which the sensations appear and disappear, they may be experienced as a flow of vibrations, a current moving through the body. Wherever we fix the attention within the physical structure, we are aware of nothing but arising and vanishing. Whenever a thought appears in the mind, we are aware of the accompanying physical sensations, arising and passing away. The apparent solidity of body and mind dissolves, and we experience the ultimate reality of matter, mind, and mental formations. Nothing but vibrations, oscillations, arising and vanishing with great rapidity. As one who experienced this truth said, "The entire world is ablaze. The entire world is going up in smoke. The entire world is burning. The entire world is vibrating." To reach this stage of dissolution or bhanga, the meditator need do nothing but develop awareness and equanimity. Just as a scientist can observe more minute phenomena by increasing the magnification of his microscope, so by developing awareness and equanimity, one increases the ability to observe subtler realities within. This experience, when it occurs, is certainly very pleasant. All the aches and pains have dissolved. All the areas without sensation have disappeared. One feels peaceful, happy, blissful. The Buddha described it as follows. Whenever one experiences the arising and passing away of the mental physical processes, he enjoys bliss and delight. he attains the deathless, as realized by the wise. Bliss is bound to arise as one advances on the path, when the apparent solidity of mind and body has been dissolved. Delighting in the pleasant situation, we may think that it is the final goal, but it is only a way station. From this point we proceed further to experience the ultimate truth beyond mind and matter, to attain total freedom from suffering. The meaning of these words of the Buddha becomes very clear to us from our own practice in meditation. Penetrating from apparent to subtle reality, we begin to enjoy the flow of vibrations throughout the body. Then suddenly the flow is gone. Again we experience intense, unpleasant sensations in some parts, and perhaps no sensation in other parts. Again we experience intense emotion in the mind. If we start feeling aversion toward this new situation and craving for the flow to return, we have not understood Vipassana. We have turned it into a game in which the goal is to achieve pleasant experiences and to avoid or overcome unpleasant ones. This is the same game that we have played throughout life, the unending round of push and pull, of attraction and repulsion, which leads to nothing but misery. As wisdom increases, however, we recognize that the recurrence of gross sensations, even after the experience of dissolution, indicates not regression but rather progress. We practice Vipassana not with the aim of experiencing any particular kind of sensation, but in order to free the mind of all conditioning. If we react to any sensation, we increase our suffering. If we remain balanced, we allow some of the conditioning to pass away, and the sensation becomes a means to liberate us from suffering. By observing unpleasant sensations without reacting, we eradicate aversion. By observing pleasant sensations without reacting, we eradicate craving. By observing neutral sensations without reacting, we eradicate ignorance. Therefore, no sensation, no experience is intrinsically good or bad. It is good if one remains balanced. It is bad if one loses equanimity. With this understanding, we use every sensation as a tool to eradicate conditioning. This is the stage known as Sankhara Upekkha, equanimity toward all conditioning, which leads step by step to the ultimate truth of liberation, Nibbana.
The Art of Living by William Hart is continued on Disc 4.
Liberation is possible. One can attain freedom from all conditioning, all suffering, the Buddha explained. There is a sphere of experience that is beyond the entire field of matter, the entire field of mind, that is neither this world nor another world, nor both, neither moon nor sun. This I call neither arising nor passing away nor abiding, neither dying nor rebirth. It is without support, without development, without foundation. This is the end of suffering. He also said, there is an unborn, unbecome, uncreated, unconditioned. Were there not an unborn, unbecome, uncreated, unconditioned, no release would be known from the born, the become, the created, the conditioned. But since there is an unborn, unbecome, uncreated, unconditioned, therefore a release is known from the born, the become, the created, the conditioned. Nibbana is not just a state one goes to after death. It is something to be experienced within oneself here and now. It is described in negative terms, not because it is a negative experience, but because we have no other way in which to describe it. Every language has words to deal with the entire range of physical and mental phenomena, but there are no words or concepts to describe something that is beyond mind and matter. It defies all categories, all distinctions. We can describe it only by saying what it is not. In fact, it is meaningless to try to describe Nibbana. Any description will only be confusing. Rather than discussing and arguing about it, the important thing is to experience it. This noble truth of the cessation of suffering must be realized for oneself, the Buddha said. When one has experienced Nibbana, only then is it real for him. Then all arguments about it become irrelevant. In order to experience the ultimate truth of liberation, it is necessary first to penetrate beyond apparent reality and to experience the dissolution of body and mind. The further one penetrates beyond apparent reality, the more one desists from craving and aversion, from attachments, and the nearer one approaches to ultimate truth. Working step by step, one naturally reaches a stage where the next step is the experience of Nibbana. There is no point in yearning for it, no reason to doubt that it will come. It must come to all who practice Dhamma correctly. When it will come, no one can say. This depends partly on the accumulation of conditioning within each person, partly on the amount of effort one expends to eradicate it. All one can do, all one need do to attain the goal, is to continue observing each sensation without reacting. We cannot determine when we shall experience the ultimate truth of Nibbana, but we can ensure that we keep progressing toward it. We can control the present state of mind. By maintaining equanimity, no matter what occurs outside or within us, we achieve liberation in this moment. One who had attained the ultimate goal said, "Extinction of craving, extinction of aversion, extinction of ignorance, this is called Nibbana." To the extent that the mind is freed of these, one experiences liberation. Every moment in which we practice Vipassana properly, we can experience this liberation. After all, Dhamma by definition must give results here and now, not only in the future. We must experience its benefits at every step along the way, and every step must lead directly to the goal. The mind that at this moment is free from conditioning is a mind at peace. Each such moment brings us closer to total liberation. We cannot strive to develop Nibbana, since Nibbana does not develop, it simply is. But we can strive to develop the quality that will lead us to Nibbana, the quality of equanimity. Every moment that we observe reality without reacting, we penetrate toward ultimate truth. The highest quality of the mind is equanimity, based on full awareness of reality. Once the Buddha was asked to explain real happiness. He enumerated various wholesome actions which are productive of happiness, which are real blessings. All these blessings fall into two categories: performing actions that contribute to the welfare of others by fulfilling responsibilities to family and society, and performing actions that cleanse the mind. One's own good is inextricable from the good of others. And at last he said, "When faced with all the ups and downs of life, still the mind remains unshaken, not lamenting, not generating defilements, always feeling secure. This is the greatest happiness. No matter what arises, whether within the microcosm of one's own mind and body or in the world outside, one is able to face it, not with tension, with barely suppressed craving and aversion, but with complete ease, with a smile that comes from the depths of the mind. In every situation, pleasant or unpleasant, wanted or unwanted, one has no anxiety. One feels totally secure, secure in the understanding of impermanence. This is the greatest blessing. Knowing that you are your own master, that nothing can overpower you, that you can accept smilingly whatever life has to offer, this is perfect balance of the mind. This is true liberation. This is what can be attained here and now through the practice of Vipassana Meditation. This real equanimity is not merely negative or passive aloofness. It is not the blind acquiescence or apathy of one who seeks escape from the problems of life, who tries to hide his head in the sand. Rather, true mental balance is based on full awareness of problems, awareness of all levels of reality. The absence of craving or aversion does not imply an attitude of callous indifference, in which one enjoys one's own liberation but gives no thought to the suffering of others. On the contrary, real equanimity is properly called holy indifference. It is a dynamic quality, an expression of purity of mind. When freed of the habit of blind reaction, the mind for the first time can take positive action, which is creative, productive, and beneficial for oneself and for all others. Along with equanimity will arise the other qualities of a pure mind: goodwill, love that seeks the benefit of others without expecting anything in return, compassion for others in their failings and sufferings, sympathetic joy in their success and good fortune. These four qualities are the inevitable outcome of the practice of Vipassana. Previously, one always tried to keep whatever was good for oneself and pass on anything unwanted to others. Now one understands that one's own happiness cannot be achieved at the expense of others, that giving happiness to others brings happiness to oneself. Therefore one seeks to share whatever good one has with others. Having emerged from suffering and experienced the peace of liberation, one realizes that this is the greatest good. Thus one wishes that others may also experience this good and find the way out of their suffering. This is the logical conclusion of Vipassana meditation, metta bhavana, the development of goodwill toward others. Previously, one may have paid lip service to such sentiments, but deep within the mind, the old process of craving and aversion continued. Now, to some extent, the process of reaction has stopped, the old habit of egoism is gone, and goodwill naturally flows from the depths of the mind. With the entire force of a pure mind behind it, this goodwill can be very powerful in creating a peaceful and harmonious atmosphere for the benefit of all. There are those who imagine that always remaining balanced means that one can no longer enjoy life in all its variety, as if a painter had a palette full of colors and chose to use nothing but gray, or as if one had a piano and chose to play nothing but middle C. This is a wrong understanding of equanimity. The fact is that the piano is out of tune, and we do not know how to play it. Simply pounding the keys in the name of self-expression will only create discord. But if we learn how to tune the instrument and to play it properly, then we can make music. From the lowest to the highest note, We use the full range of the keyboard, and every note that we play creates nothing but harmony, beauty. The Buddha said that in cleansing the mind and attaining wisdom brought to full perfection, one experiences joy, bliss, tranquility, awareness, full understanding, real happiness. With a balanced mind, we can enjoy life more. When a pleasant situation occurs, we can savor it completely, having full and undistracted awareness of the present moment. But when the experience passes, we do not become distressed. We continue to smile, understanding that it was bound to change. Equally, when an unpleasant situation occurs, we do not become upset. Instead, we understand it, and by doing so, perhaps we find a way to alter it. If that is not within our power, then we still remain peaceful, knowing full well that this experience is impermanent, bound to pass away. In this way, by keeping the mind free of tension, we can have a more enjoyable and productive life. There is a story that in Burma people used to criticize the students of Seaji U Ba Khin, saying that they lacked the serious demeanor proper to those who practice Vipassana meditation. During a course, the critics admitted, they worked seriously as they should, but afterwards they always appeared happy and smiling. When the criticism came to the ears of Webu Sayadaw, one of the most highly respected monks in the country, he replied, "They smile because they can smile." Theirs was a smile not of attachment or ignorance, but of Dhamma. Someone who has cleansed the mind will not go about with a frown. When suffering is removed, naturally one smiles. When one learns the way to liberation, naturally one feels happy. This smile from the heart, expressing nothing but peace, equanimity, and goodwill, a smile that remains bright in every situation, is real happiness. This is the goal of Dhamma.
There is a story in our country. A mother sends a young boy, her son, to the grocer shop nearby with an empty glass bottle and a 10-rupee note. Go and buy cooking oil. The boy gets the bottle filled, and as he is coming back, gets knocked down. He falls down, the bottle falls down, and half of the oil flows out. He picks up the bottle half empty and starts crying, comes to the mother crying, "I lost half the oil, I lost half the oil." Full of pessimism. Story. Mother sends another son, another bottle, another 10-rupee note. This boy also goes, buys oil, gets the bottle filled. Story. This boy also falls down, the bottle falls down, half the oil goes out. He smilingly picks up the bottle and smilingly comes to the mother. "Look, mother, I saved half the oil. The bottle fell down, it could have broken. All the oil would have gone away. I saved half the oil. Both have come in the same situation, half bottle empty, half bottle filled. One is crying for the empty part of it, other is happy with the full part of it." Optimism. Story. Mother sends the third son, again with the bottle, 10-rupee note. This boy also gets the oil filled, and story. This boy also falls down, the bottle falls down, half the oil is gone. Like the second boy, he picks up the bottle, smilingly comes to the mother. "Wonderful, mother, I saved half the oil, but this boy is a Vipassana boy." not only optimistic, he is realistic. But this is also true that I lost half the oil. And not only realistic, but also workist. I must go and work now. Earn 5 rupees by this evening and get this bottle filled. And he works hard, gets the bottle filled. This is Vipassana, no trace of pessimism. Always full of optimism, with realism and with workism. Workism, one has to work. Mere optimism won't help, one has to work. And this is what you have come here to do, work.
Chapter 10. The Art of Living. Of all our preconceptions about ourselves, the most basic is that there is a self. On this assumption, we each give highest importance to the self, making it the center of our universe. We do this even though we can see without much difficulty that among all the countless worlds, this is only one. And among all the countless beings of our world, again, this is only one. No matter how much we inflate the self, it still remains negligible when measured against the immensity of time and space. Our idea of the self is obviously mistaken. Nevertheless, we dedicate our lives to seeking self-fulfillment, considering that to be the way to happiness. The thought of living in a different way seems unnatural or even threatening. But anyone who has experienced the torture of self-consciousness knows what a great suffering it is. So long as we are preoccupied with our wants and fears, our identities, we are confined within the narrow prison of the self, cut off from the world, from life. Emerging from this self-obsession is truly a release from bondage, enabling us to step forth into the world, to be open to life, to others, to find real fulfillment. What is needed is not self-denial or self-repression, but liberation from our mistaken idea of self. And the way to this release is by realizing that what we call self is in fact ephemeral, a phenomenon in constant change. Vipassana meditation is a way to gain this insight. So long as one has not personally experienced the transitory nature of body and mind, one is bound to remain trapped in egoism and therefore bound to suffer. But once the illusion of permanence is shattered, the illusion of I automatically disappears, and suffering fades away. For the Vipassana meditator, anicca, the realization of the ephemeral nature of the self and the world, is the key that opens the door to liberation. The importance of understanding impermanence is a theme that runs like a common strand through all the teaching of the Buddha. He said, "Better a single day of life seeing the reality of arising and passing away, than 100 years of existence remaining blind to it." He compared the awareness of impermanence to the farmer's plowshare which cuts through all roots as he plows a field, to the topmost ridge of a roof, higher than all the beams that support it, to a mighty ruler holding sway over vassal princes, to the moon whose brightness dims the stars, to the rising sun, dispelling all darkness from the sky. The last words that he spoke at the end of his life were, "All sankharas, all created things are subject to decay. Practice diligently to realize this truth." The truth of anicca must not merely be accepted intellectually. It must not be accepted only out of emotion or devotion. Each of us must experience the reality of anicca within ourselves. The direct understanding of impermanence and, along with it, of the illusory nature of the ego and of suffering, constitutes true insight, which leads to liberation. This is right understanding. The direct understanding of impermanence and, along with it, of the illusory nature of the ego and of suffering, constitutes true insight, which leads to liberation. This is right understanding. The meditator experiences this liberating wisdom as the culmination of the practice of sila, samadhi, and panya. Unless one undertakes these three trainings, unless one takes every step along the path, one cannot arrive at real insight and freedom from suffering. But even before beginning the practice, one must have some wisdom, perhaps only an intellectual recognition of the truth of suffering. Without such understanding, no matter how superficial, the thought of working to free oneself from suffering would never arise in the mind. Right understanding comes first, the Buddha said. Thus the first steps of the Noble Eightfold Path are in fact right understanding and right thought. We must see the problem and decide to deal with it. Only then is it possible to undertake the actual practice of Dhamma. We begin to implement the path with training in morality, following the precepts to regulate our actions. With the training of concentration, we begin to deal with the mind, developing samadhi by awareness of respiration. And by observing sensations throughout the body, we develop experiential wisdom, which frees the mind of conditioning. And now, when real insight arises from one's own experience, again right understanding becomes the first step along the path. By realizing one's ever-changing nature through the practice of vipassana, the meditator frees the mind of craving, aversion, and ignorance. With such a pure mind, it is impossible to even think of harming others. Instead, one's thoughts are filled only with goodwill and compassion toward all. In speech, action, and livelihood, one lives a blameless life, serene and peaceful. And with the tranquility resulting from the practice of morality, it becomes easier to develop concentration. And the stronger the concentration, the more penetrating one's wisdom will be. Thus the path is an ascending spiral leading to liberation. Each of the three trainings supports the others, like the three legs of a tripod. The legs must all be present and of equal length, or the tripod cannot stand. Similarly, the meditator must practice sila, samadhi, and panya together to develop equally all facets of the path. The Buddha said, "From right understanding proceeds right thought. From right thought proceeds right speech. From right speech proceeds right action. From right action proceeds right livelihood. From right livelihood proceeds right effort. From right effort proceeds right awareness. From right awareness proceeds right concentration. From right concentration proceeds right wisdom. From right wisdom proceeds right liberation." Vipassana meditation also has profound practical value here and now. In daily life, innumerable situations arise that threaten the equanimity of the mind. Unexpected difficulties occur. Unexpectedly, others oppose us. After all, simply learning Vipassana is not a guarantee that we shall have no further problems, any more than learning to pilot a ship means that one will have only smooth voyages. Storms are bound to come. Problems are bound to arise. Trying to escape from them is futile and self-defeating. Instead, the proper course is to use whatever training one has to ride out the storm. In order to do so, first we must understand the true nature of the problem. Ignorance leads us to blame the external event or person, to regard that as the source of the difficulty, and to direct all our energy toward changing the external situation. But practice of Vipassana will bring the realization that no one but ourselves is responsible for our happiness or unhappiness. The problem lies in the habit of blind reaction. Therefore, we ought to give attention to the inner storm of conditioned reactions of the mind. Simply resolving not to react will not work. So long as conditioning remains in the unconscious, sooner or later it is bound to arise and overpower the mind, all resolutions to the contrary notwithstanding. The only real solution is to learn to observe and change ourselves. This much is easy enough to understand, but to implement it is more difficult. The question remains, how is one to observe oneself? A negative reaction has started in the mind, anger, fear, or hatred. Before one can remember to observe it, one is overwhelmed by it, and speaks or acts negatively in turn. Later, after the damage is done, one recognizes the mistake and repents, but the next time repeats the same behavior. Or suppose that, realizing a reaction of anger has started, one actually tries to observe it. As soon as he tries, the person or situation one is angry at comes to mind. Dwelling on this intensifies the anger. Thus, to observe emotion dissociated from any cause or circumstance is far beyond the ability of most. But by investigating the ultimate reality of mind and matter, the Buddha discovered that whenever a reaction arises in the mind, two types of changes occur at the physical level. One of them is readily apparent. The breath becomes slightly rough. The other is more subtle in nature. A biochemical reaction, a sensation takes place in the body. With proper training, a person of average intelligence can easily develop the ability to observe respiration and sensation. This allows us to use changes in the breath and the sensations as warnings that alert us to a negative reaction long before it can gain dangerous strength. And if we then continue observing respiration and sensation, we easily emerge from the negativity. Of course, the habit of reaction is deeply ingrained and cannot be removed all at once. However, in daily life, as we perfect our practice of Vipassana meditation, we notice at least a few occasions when instead of reacting involuntarily, we simply observe ourselves. Gradually, the moments of observation increase, and the moments of reaction become infrequent. Even if we do react negatively, the period and intensity of the reaction diminish. Eventually, even in the most provocative situations, we are able to observe respiration and sensation and to remain balanced and calm. With this balance, this equanimity at the deepest level of the mind, one becomes capable for the first time of real action. And real action is always positive and creative. Instead of automatically responding in kind to the negativity of others, for example, we can select the response that is most beneficial. When confronted by someone burning with anger, an ignorant person himself becomes angry, and the result is a quarrel that causes unhappiness for both. But if we remain calm and balanced, we can help that person to emerge from anger and to deal constructively with the problem. Observing our sensations teaches us that whenever we are overwhelmed by negativity, we suffer. Therefore, whenever we see others reacting negatively, we understand that they are suffering. With this understanding, we can feel compassion for them and can act to help them free themselves of misery, not make them more miserable. We remain peaceful and happy, and help others to be peaceful and happy. Developing awareness and equanimity does not make us impassive and inert like vegetables, allowing the world to do what it likes with us. Nor do we become indifferent to the suffering of others while remaining absorbed in the pursuit of inner peace. Dhamma teaches us to take responsibility for our own welfare as well as for the welfare of others. We perform whatever actions are needed to help others, but always keeping balance of mind. Seeing a child sinking in quicksand, a foolish person becomes upset, jumps in after the child, and himself is caught. A wise person, remaining calm and balanced, finds a branch with which he can reach the child and drag him to safety. Jumping after others into the quicksand of craving and aversion will not help anyone. We must bring others to the firm ground of mental balance. Many times in life, strong action is necessary. For example, we may have tried to explain in mild, polite language to someone that he is making a mistake, but the person ignores the advice, being unable to understand anything except firm words and actions. Therefore, one takes whatever firm action is required. Before acting, however, we must examine ourselves to see whether the mind is balanced, and whether we have only love and compassion for the person who is misbehaving. If so, the action will be helpful. If not, it will not really help anyone. If we act from love and compassion, we cannot go wrong. When we see a strong person attacking a weaker one, we have a responsibility to try to stop this unwholesome action. Any reasonable person will try to do so, although probably out of pity for the victim and anger toward the aggressor. Vipassana meditators will have equal compassion for both, knowing that the victim must be protected from harm and the aggressor from harming himself by his unwholesome actions. Examining one's mind before taking any strong action is extremely important. It is not sufficient merely to justify the action in retrospect. If we ourselves are not experiencing peace and harmony within, we cannot foster peace and harmony in anyone else. As Vipassana meditators, we learn to practice committed detachment, to be both compassionate and dispassionate. We work for the good of all by working to develop awareness and equanimity. If we do nothing else but refrain from adding to the sum total of tensions in the world, we have performed a wholesome deed. But in truth, the act of equanimity is loud by its very silence, with far-reaching reverberations that are bound to have a positive influence on many. After all, mental negativity, our own and others, is the root cause of the sufferings of the world. When the mind has become pure, the infinite range of life opens before us, and we can enjoy and share with others real happiness.
Really, I feel myself very fortunate that I got this path. Very fortunate that my forefathers, although from India, they went and settled down in Burma about 100 years back. And that is why I was born in Burma. Burma, the wonderful land which kept the purity of this technique which was lost even in the land of origin, where mad people started mixing up verbalization, visualization, this mantra, that mantra, and after 500 years it got lost from the country. It went to different countries. In some countries it went in its pure form. In some countries much later it went in corrupt form. There, of course, how can we expect the pure technique? But where it went in its pure form, there also people lost it. This country, wonderful country, although very few people, not that everybody there meditates Vipassana in the pure form, large number of people are involved in the rites, rituals in the same way as it is in any other religion. But there are some who are practicing Vipassana in pure form. There are many who are practicing Vipassana in different forms. But the pure form is maintained by somebody, by some people. So a land which kept the purity of the technique, I feel very fortunate that I was born in this land. Again, I feel myself very fortunate that I was born in a business family. Fortunate in the sense that I passed through that experience, the experience of madness. Whenever somebody is involved in making money, and born in a business family naturally. From the teenage, this madness started. I must earn money, I must earn money. No high education, doesn't matter, but this money is important. So this mad rat race of money. Before I reached mid-20s, earned lot of money from the standard of Burma, lot of money. And when one gets lot of money, then in the society one gets a special status, position, power, president of this organization, trustee of this, and secretary here, and like that about a score of organizations. I was leading them. And again passed through another madness, this ego trip. All these madnesses generated a kind of disease which used to attack every fortnight. Again, I find myself fortunate that I passed through all that. Every fortnight, a very severe attack. And the best doctors in Burma had no cure, no treatment. They will give me only morphia injection. Morphia injection is no treatment. After about 5 years, these very doctors started saying me that this is very bad. You will become morphia addict. And a stage will come that every day you will have to take morphia just for the sake of morphia. You will become so addicted to morphia. But we are helpless because we have got no other painkiller. You keep going to foreign countries for your business. One time you should go to foreign country forgetting your business only for your treatment. We know this type of special migraine that you are having cannot be cured anywhere. But perhaps the Western countries might have developed some other painkiller. You will come out of morphia. That will be a big achievement for you. Do that. Scared by whatever they said. I came out, stayed long time in Switzerland, quite a long time in Germany, in England, in this country also, and a few months in Japan also. The best doctors of the world, spend a lot of time, lot of money over them. And again I feel myself very fortunate that I went back home worse. Very fortunate. If any doctor would have taken me out of morphia even, perhaps I would not have got this wonderful jewel. Going back home, a friend of mine, who later on became the Supreme Court Judge of Burma, a very close friend, he advised me. I always remember him and share my merits with him. I am so grateful to him. He said, your disease to me it looks is a psychosomatic disease. Why not try this 10-day course? This will help you. Having failed everywhere, I said, wonderful, let me try. I went to my teacher, Sayaji Ubakin, such a saintly person. Just to be with him for a few minutes was so wonderful, so peace, tranquility all around him, so much of love and compassion in him. And after having a few talks, I told him, sir, I am coming to one of your courses. I said, very good, you are welcome, because it is for people from every caste, every community, from every religion. It's not sectarian, you can come. And you can continue to be in your own religion, doesn't matter. It will help you. I was very happy. As I was leaving, I told him, sir, I am coming because so-and-so, who is our common friend, has asked me to come to you because I am suffering from this particular type of migraine which could not be cured anywhere. And he said that this technique of Vipassana will help. He said, no, don't come to me. I won't admit you. Hey, what happened? And then with all the compassion he explains me, you are devaluing Dhamma. Dhamma is not to treat these physical ailments. It is to purify the mind, to come out of the miseries of all the miseries of the life. And if you come only for this treatment of this particular disease, then you will get neither this nor that. And then he explained me, you want to establish a sugar factory for what? To get sugar out of it, not molasses. Molasses will come as a byproduct, bound to come. So you come to a course like this to get liberation from all mental defilements, treatment of these diseases, physical diseases, like byproducts you will get. But not the aim should not be to treat yourself with any kind of physical disease. How correct he was. I understood and I said, sir, yes, I will come only for purification of mind. If my disease gets cured, well and good, otherwise I don't care. I will come. I made a decision, I will come. But still, I didn't go. For a few months, I didn't go. Because going back home, there was a big tussle inside. I was born in a very staunch, conservative Hindu family called Sanatani Hindu family. And from the very childhood, the mind is conditioned in one way. My mind was also conditioned. Swadharame nidhanam shreya paradharma bhayavaha. Better die in your own religion, but never go to another religion. It is very dangerous to go to another religion. This is what the conditioning of the mind was. And look, this is another religion, not our religion. And Buddhism. And these people don't believe in God, don't believe in soul. Atheist, so dangerous. If I also become a theist, what will happen to me? Madness at that time, do nothing. Couldn't understand. Those people who are believing in soul, are they liberated from all impurities? People who believe in God, are they liberated from all impurities? Mere belief, how does that help? But at that time, that was so important for me. No, I should not go. I should not go. Again, I find myself very fortunate that some push from within. Better give a trial. I will remain a staunch Hindu. I am not going to get myself converted. I will just take their technique and see what it is. And let me go and give a trial for 10 days. Good, I went there, gave a fair trial, and then everything started becoming so clear. What is Swadharma? What is Pardharma? Swadharma, our own dharma. What is our own dharma? Dharma means nature. The nature has given us a wonderful faculty. Human beings are favored by nature with a wonderful faculty by which one can observe the reality within oneself and come out of all the bondages, which an animal cannot do, a reptile cannot do, a bird cannot do, an insect cannot do. If you just live the life of animal, bird, although in this human form, and don't make use of this wonderful faculty, the wonderful power that nature has given us, if you want to say the God Almighty has given us, if you don't make use of that, then certainly it is Pardharma, another dharma, not our dharma. And it is really dangerous. It was so clear that the dharma, if it is dharma, it must be universal. It can't be my dharma and your dharma, my sect and your sect, my religion and your religion. Then one has not understood what dharma is. Dharma, if it is dharma, must be universal. It is law, it is nature. The law of the nature cannot be one for one sect and cannot be another for another sect. It has to be universal. It is universal. I passed through that, and after staying in Burma for 14 years, doing all my duty as a householder, looking after my family and responsibility of a householder, I carried on practice. After 14 years, I came to India. My parents had come earlier, and my mother developed a kind of nervous disease, which I knew, staying in Burma, that if she practices Vipassana, she will be out of it. She had practiced little bit when she was in Burma, but couldn't get established in the technique. If she again tries, she will come out of this mental disease. But who will teach in India? Very unfortunate, the land where Dhamma originates has lost it, lost the technique. People have even forgotten the name of Vipassana. The technique, to practice the technique is out of question. Even to me, when my teacher said the technique I am going to teach you is Vipassana, it was a new word for me. I went back home and went through the dictionary, the Hindi dictionary, the Sanskrit dictionary. What is Vipassana? The word is lost in India. What to talk of the technique? Who will teach? Again, I feel very fortunate, and I feel very grateful to the government of Burma. They gave me a passport to come out of Burma. In those days, they were not giving passports to their nationals. A special passport was given. And again, I feel very fortunate and very grateful to the government of India. They gave me a visa to enter their country. And in 1969, June, the first course was given in Bombay. My parents participated. Very good course. I paid back the debt of gratitude of my parents. Buddha said that you cannot pay back the debt of gratitude of your parents. Cannot pay back. Even if you keep on serving the parents the whole life. You do nothing. Just serve your parent the whole life. Yet, you are not out of the debt of gratitude. The only way to pay back the debt of gratitude of the parents is If they are not established in Sila, help them to get established in Sila. If they have Sila but no Samadhi, help them to get Samadhi. If they have Samadhi but no Panya, help them to have Panya. If they have Panya but never experienced Nibbana, help them. Then yes, you have come out of the debt of gratitude. I came out of the debt of gratitude of my parents. But after the course was over, it was a course of 14 students, 2 my parents and 12 others, some known, some unknown. After the course was over, the process of Ehi Passiko started. Please have one more course. My parents will participate, my brother, my sister, my husband, my wife, my son, my daughter. All right, one more course. And then again, Ehi Passiko, one more course, one more course. And like this, it kept on rolling. Now it is over 250. I stopped counting. So many courses after courses, courses after courses. The Ganges of Dhamma started flowing in the land of its origin. 1.5 years after I was in India, while I was giving a course in Bodh Gaya, suddenly, unexpectedly, a cable came from Burma saying that my teacher has passed away. A very shocking news. But the Dhamma that he had given was so strong. I took my own self-course then and thought over it. How to pay back the debt of gratitude of this saintly person? I paid back the debt of gratitude of my parents, but how to pay back the debt of gratitude of this Dhamma Father who gave me a new life, a new birth and a real birth? Every human being must have 2 births, like the birds have 2 births. One birth as an egg, and the second birth when the shell of the egg is broken, and that is the real birth. When the mother gives birth to us, she gives birth in the shell of ignorance. That is the first birth. And the second birth, when the shell is broken, shell of ignorance is broken, that is the real birth. This person gave me the real birth. A new Goenka was born, able to observe things inside, the reality inside. All these days mere illusions, imaginations, this belief, this dogma, that dogma, took me nowhere. And when this new birth, it was so fruitful. How to pay back the debt of gratitude of this Dhamma Father who gave this new birth? The only way I could think of was that we had a great Dhamma volition, that Burma has got a debt of India. This wonderful jewel we got from Burma, from India, we have to pay back this debt. This wonderful jewel must go back to India. And there is a prediction by a saintly person about 22 centuries back. When this technique was sent to Burma, this prediction was made that 25 centuries after Buddha, this technique will be lost totally in the country of origin. It will be lost in many other places. But this country where it is going now, somebody who was taking this technique, he was told, this country where you are taking, this will be maintained in its pristine purity, and 25 centuries after Buddha it will come back to India, get established there, and then it will spread around the world, and it will help people around the world. My teacher had a great belief in this prediction, and he was very eager that this technique must go back, now 25 centuries over, must go back to India, get established there and spread from there. So I took a decision the rest of my life, I better live as much in Dhamma as possible and give my life in distributing Dhamma to others with as much love and compassion as I can generate, the purity that I can generate. And this decision is maintained till now. Fortunately, the members of the family are helping, they are cooperating, otherwise perhaps it would have been difficult for a householder. At that time, when I took this decision, to me it looked that perhaps it is a belief of this particular sect that after 25 centuries Dhamma will again come to India and spread like this. Why after 25 centuries? Why not earlier? Why not later? These kinds of things, these kind of questions. But very soon it became so clear that how much truth is there in this prediction. When I came to India, a country with a population of millions, and then when I started making a list of people who knew me or whom I knew, the list did not reach even the figure of 100, less than 100 people in this huge country with such big population. Hardly, less than 100 people know me. And when I started courses, how people started coming from different communities, different sects, and not only ordinary members of different sects, leaders of different sects. Till now about 600 to 700 Christian nuns and priests have participated, and they keep on participating even now. About 400 to 500 Jain monks and nuns have participated. Large number of Buddhist monks, large number of Hindu sannyasis. Courses are arranged in the Muslim mosques, in the Christian cathedral, in Buddhist vihara, in Hindu temples, in Jain upashayas. How people are coming like this? People do not know me, whom I do not know. And not only from India, people started coming from various parts of the world, from over 80 countries, thousands of people. How they are coming? Nothing happens accidentally. There is some reason behind this. And slowly it started becoming clearer and clearer. Yes, there is reason behind it. It became so clear. People come to courses, new faces. After a few days, one starts feeling affinity. Oh, this person seems to be known. This person seems to be known. Yes, the affinity is there. Maybe so many times in previous births, one would have meditated together, one would have walked on the path of Dhamma together. The affinity is there. I clearly see two sections of people coming to these courses. One section are the people who might have done some very meritorious deed, some very good deed to help Dhamma, to help a Dhamma person in any way. Because of this seed of the meritorious deed, a good deed, a wholesome deed, now the fruit of this deed brings them to Dhamma, to get pure Dhamma, the seed of pure Dhamma, so that they can get liberated sooner or later. The seed has been given now. They come to take the seed of Dhamma. But then there are also persons from the other category. Very obviously, very clearly, these people have got seeds of Dhamma from so many lives past, and now is the time for them to develop. And they have come to develop in Dhamma so that they can not only liberate themselves but help others in various ways. Whether you belong to the category who have come just to take the seed of Dhamma, or you belong to the category who have the seed of Dhamma and you have come to develop the valuable jewel that you have got now, is not to be thrown away like a valueless pebble or a stone. Preserve it and keep growing in Dhamma. Keep growing in Dhamma, not only for your own good, not only for your own benefit, not only for your own liberation, but for the good and benefit of so many, for the liberation of so many. All around the world there is so much misery, so much misery. People are suffering so much due to this or that reason, but suffering is there. If people get this wonderful technique, without converting themselves from this religion or that religion, just this technique and work on it, work on pure Dhamma, they will certainly come out of misery for the good of these suffering people all around. Get established in Dhamma. Get established in Dhamma. Get yourself liberated from misery and help others to come out of misery. May all suffering humanity get this pure Dhamma, the pure technique. May all suffering people of the world enjoy real peace of liberation, enjoy real harmony of liberation, enjoy real happiness of liberation.
The importance of Vedana in the teaching of the Buddha. The teaching of the Buddha is a system for developing self-knowledge as a means to self-transformation. By attaining an experiential understanding of the reality of our own nature, we can eliminate the misapprehensions that cause us to act wrongly and to make ourselves unhappy. We learn to act in accordance with reality, and therefore to lead productive, useful, happy lives. In the Satipatthana Sutta, the discourse on the establishing of awareness, the Buddha presented a practical method for developing self-knowledge through self-observation. This technique is Vipassana Meditation. Any attempt to observe the truth about oneself immediately reveals that what one calls oneself has two aspects, physical and psychic, body and mind. We must learn to observe both. But how can we actually experience the reality of body and mind? Accepting the explanations of others is not sufficient, nor is depending on merely intellectual knowledge. Both may guide us in the work of self-exploration, but each of us must explore and experience reality directly within ourselves. We each experience the reality of the body by feeling it, by means of the physical sensations that arise within it. With eyes closed, we know that we have hands or any of the other parts of the body because we can feel them. As a book has external form and internal content, the physical structure has an external objective reality, the body or kaya, and an internal subjective reality of sensation or vedana. We digest a book by reading all the words in it. We experience the body by feeling sensations. Without awareness of sensations, there can be no direct knowledge of the physical structure. The two are inseparable. Similarly, the psychic structure can be analyzed into form and content, the mind or citta, and whatever arises in the mind, or Dhamma. Any thought, emotion, memory, hope, fear, any mental event. As body and sensation cannot be experienced separately, so one cannot observe the mind apart from the contents of the mind. But mind and matter are also closely interrelated. Whatever occurs in one is reflected in the other. This was a key discovery of the Buddha of crucial significance in his teaching. As he expressed it, whatever arises in the mind is accompanied by sensation. Therefore, observation of sensation offers a means to examine the totality of one's being, physical as well as mental. These four dimensions of reality are common to every human being: the physical aspects of body and sensation, the psychic aspects of mind and its contents. They provide the four divisions of the Satipatthana Sutta, the four avenues for the establishing of awareness, the four vantage points for observing the human phenomenon. If the investigation is to be complete, every facet must be experienced, and all four can be experienced by observing Vedana. For this reason, the Buddha specially stressed the importance of awareness of Vedana. In the Brahmajala Sutta, one of his most important discourses, he said, "The enlightened one has become liberated and freed from all attachments by seeing as they really are the arising and passing away of sensations, the relishing of them, the danger of them, the release from them." Awareness of Vedana, he stated, is a prerequisite for the understanding of the Four Noble Truths. To the person who experiences sensation, I show the way to realize what is suffering, its origin, its cessation, and the path leading to its cessation. What exactly is Vedana? The Buddha described it in various ways. He included Vedana among the four processes that compose the mind. However, when defining it more precisely, he spoke of Vedana as having both mental and physical aspects. Matter alone cannot feel anything if the mind is not present. In a dead body, for example, there are no sensations. It is the mind that feels, but what it feels has an inextricable physical element. This physical element is of central importance in practicing the teaching of the Buddha. The purpose of the practice is to develop in us the ability to deal with all the vicissitudes of life in a balanced way. We learn to do so in meditation by observing with equanimity whatever happens within ourselves. With this equanimity, we can break the habit of blind reaction and instead can choose the most beneficial course of action in any situation. Whatever we experience in life is encountered through the 6 gates of perception, the 5 physical senses and the mind. And according to the chain of conditioned arising, as soon as a contact occurs at any of these 6 gates, as soon as we encounter any phenomenon, physical or mental, a sensation is produced. If we do not give attention to what happens in the body, we remain unaware at the conscious level of the sensation. In the darkness of ignorance, an unconscious reaction begins toward the sensation, a momentary liking or disliking, which develops into craving or aversion. This reaction is repeated and intensified innumerable times before it impinges on the conscious mind. If meditators give importance only to what happens in the conscious mind, they become aware of the process after the reaction has occurred and gathered dangerous strength, sufficient to overwhelm them. They allow the spark of sensation to ignite a raging fire before they try to extinguish it, needlessly making difficulties for themselves. But if they learn to observe the sensations within the body objectively, they permit each spark to burn itself out without starting a conflagration. By giving importance to the physical aspect, they become aware of Vedana as soon as it arises, and can prevent any reactions from occurring. The physical aspect of Vedana is particularly important because it offers vivid, tangible experience of the reality of impermanence within ourselves. Change occurs at every moment within us, manifesting itself in the play of sensations. It is at this level that impermanence must be experienced. Observation of the constantly changing sensations permits the realization of one's own ephemeral nature. This realization makes obvious the futility of attachment to something that is so transitory. Thus, the direct experience of anicca automatically gives rise to detachment, with which one can not only avert fresh reactions of craving or aversion, but also eliminate the very habit of reacting. In this way, one gradually frees the mind of suffering. Unless its physical aspect is included, the awareness of Vedana remains partial and incomplete. Therefore the Buddha repeatedly emphasized the importance of the experience of impermanence through physical sensations. He said, "Those who continually make efforts to direct their awareness toward the body, who abstain from unwholesome actions and strive to do what should be done, such people, aware with full understanding, are freed from their defilements." The cause of suffering is tanaha, craving and aversion. Ordinarily, it appears to us that we generate reactions of craving and aversion toward the various objects that we encounter through the physical senses and the mind. The Buddha, however, discovered that between the object and the reaction stands a missing link, Vedana. We react not to the exterior reality, but to the sensations within us. When we learn to observe sensation without reacting in craving and aversion, the cause of suffering does not arise, and suffering ceases. Therefore, observation of Vedana is essential in order to practice what the Buddha taught, and the observation must be at the level of physical sensation if the awareness of Vedana is to be complete. With the awareness of physical sensation, we can penetrate to the root of the problem and remove it. We can observe our own nature to the depths and can liberate ourselves from suffering. By understanding the central importance of the observation of sensation in the teaching of the Buddha, one can gain fresh insight into the Satipatthana Sutta. The discourse begins by stating the aims of Satipatthana, of establishing awareness. The purification of beings, the transcending of sorrow and lamentation, the extinguishing of physical and mental suffering, the practicing of a way of truth, the direct experience of the ultimate reality, Nibbana. It then briefly explains how to achieve these goals. Here a meditator dwells ardent with thorough understanding and awareness, observing body in body, observing sensations in sensations, observing mind in mind, observing the contents of the mind in the contents of the mind, having abandoned craving and aversion toward the world. What is meant by observing body in body, sensations in sensations, and so forth? For a Vipassana meditator, the expression is luminous in its clarity. Body, sensations, mind, and mental contents are the four dimensions of a human being. To understand this human phenomenon correctly, each of us must experience the reality of ourselves directly. To achieve this direct experience, the meditator must develop two qualities, awareness, or sati, and thorough understanding, sampajanya. The discourse is called the establishing of awareness, but awareness is incomplete without understanding, insight into the depths of one's own nature, into the impermanence of this phenomenon that one calls I. The practice of satipatthana leads the meditators to realize their essentially ephemeral nature. When they have had this personal realization, then awareness is firmly established, right awareness leading to liberation. Then automatically craving and aversion disappear, not just toward the external world, but also toward the world within, where craving and aversion are most deep-seated and most often overlooked, in the unthinking visceral attachment to one's own body and mind. So long as this underlying attachment remains, one cannot be liberated from suffering. The discourse on the establishing of awareness first discusses observation of the body. This is the most apparent aspect of the mental physical structure, and hence the proper point from which to begin the work of self-observation. From here, observation of sensations, of mind, and of mental contents naturally develops. The discourse explains several ways to begin observing the body. The first and most common is awareness of respiration. Another way to begin is by giving attention to bodily movements. But no matter how one starts the journey, there are certain stages through which one must pass on the way to the final goal. These are described in a paragraph of crucial importance in the discourse. In this way he dwells observing body in body, internally or externally, or both internally and externally. He dwells observing the phenomenon of arising in the body. He dwells observing the phenomenon of passing away in the body. He dwells observing the phenomenon of arising and passing away in the body. Now the awareness presents itself to him. This is body. This awareness develops to such an extent that only understanding and observation remain, and he dwells detached, without clinging to anything in the world. The great importance of this passage is shown by the fact that it is repeated not only at the end of each section within the discussion of observation of the body, but also within the succeeding divisions of the discourse dealing with the observation of sensations, of mind, and of mental contents. The passage thus describes the common ground in the practice of satipatthana. Because of the difficulties it presents, its interpretation has varied widely. However, the difficulties disappear when the passage is understood as referring to the awareness of sensations. In practicing satipatthana, meditators must achieve a comprehensive insight into the nature of themselves. The means to this penetrating insight is the observation of sensations, including as it does the observation of the other three dimensions of the human phenomenon. Therefore, although the first steps may differ, beyond a certain point, the practice must involve awareness of sensation. Hence, the passage explains, meditators begin by observing sensations arising in the interior of the body or externally on the surface of the body, or both together. That is, from awareness of sensations in some parts and not in others, they gradually develop the ability to feel sensations throughout the body. When they begin the practice, they may first experience sensations of an intense nature which arise and seem to persist for some time. Meditators are aware of their arising, and after some time of their passing away. In this stage, they are still experiencing the apparent reality of body and mind, their integrated, seemingly solid and lasting nature. But as one continues practicing, a stage is reached in which the solidity dissolves spontaneously, and mind and body are experienced in their true nature as a mass of vibrations, arising and passing away every moment. With this experience, now one understands at last what body, sensations, mind, and mental contents really are, a flux of impersonal, constantly changing phenomena. This direct apprehension of the ultimate reality of mind and matter progressively shatters one's illusions, misconceptions, and preconceptions. Even right conceptions that had been accepted only on faith or by intellectual deduction now acquire new significance when they are experienced. Gradually, by the observation of reality within, all the conditioning that distorts perception is eliminated. Only pure awareness and wisdom remain. As ignorance disappears, the underlying tendencies of craving and aversion are eradicated, and the meditator becomes freed from all attachments, the deepest attachment being to the inner world of one's own body and mind. When this attachment is eliminated, suffering disappears, and one becomes liberated. The Buddha often said, "Whatever is felt is related to suffering." Therefore, Vedana is an ideal means to explore the truth of suffering. Unpleasant sensations are obviously suffering, but the most pleasant sensation is also a form of very subtle agitation. Every sensation is impermanent. If one is attached to pleasant sensations, then when they pass away, suffering remains. Thus, every sensation contains a seed of misery. For this reason, as he spoke of the path leading to the cessation of suffering, the Buddha spoke of the path leading to the arising of Vedana, and that leading to its ceasing. So long as one remains within the conditioned field of mind and matter, sensations and suffering persist. They cease only when one transcends that field to experience the ultimate reality of Nibbana. The Buddha said, "A man does not really apply Dhamma in life just because he speaks much about it. But though someone may have heard little about it, if he sees the law of nature by means of his own body, then truly he lives according to it, and can never be forgetful of the Dhamma." Our own bodies bear witness to the truth. When meditators discover the truth within, it becomes real for them, and they live according to it. We can each realize that truth by learning to observe the sensations within ourselves, and by doing so, we can attain liberation from suffering.
Pariyatti, a non-profit organization, offers a wide variety of books, e-books, videos, and audiobooks about the teachings of the Buddha, the Pali language, and Vipassana meditation. Browse our complete catalog at www.pariyatti.org. That's pariyatti.org.